Hey everyone, welcome to Full Stack Web Development Tutorial by IntelliPat. This session is conducted by multiple experts who are having more than 15 plus years of industry experience. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Web development allows you to develop websites that are hosted through the intranet or the internet via web browsers. Web developers are professionals who build websites that can be accessed and used through the World Wide Web. These professionals therefore need technical and graphic skills to build websites of specific designs. Any website you create will comprise of three main components: HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Having a knowledge of React.js and Node.js is also essential. In this session, we have covered everything about full stack web development from basics to advanced level, along with hands-on demo and interview preparation to make your learning fast and easy. So guys, without any further ado, let's get started.
So before I, start with HTML, let me just talk about some few keywords. Like, there is something web designer, there's someone who is web programmer, right? Then website. See, I've told few keywords, right? Web designer, web programmer, website. So what are those things actually? I know all of you are knowing this thing, but let me just, quickly talk about the same. So web designer, as you can see this picture, web designer is someone who is going to have the idea or who is going to have the vision how my page is going to look like, right? So that person, web designer, is a person who is going to design the look and the feel of a website, who is having the creative side of a website, right? The creative side. Who is going to decide the layout, fonts, color, images, etc. Who is going to create the visual mock-up of website, and finally rarely does the development of the website or a page. Simple, he is just going to have the idea, and that idea finally someone else has to do the programming or someone else has to do the development. So this is what the web designer role. Right now you will ask when I'll do the coding. So let me just talk about the another role, which is nothing but the web programmer. So web programmer is the person who is going to do the next activity. What is the next activity? That person is going to bring the website mockup to life on internet. So someone who is going to create the web pages, that is what the web programmer, who is going to develop the website and host onto server, right? So that is what we are also going to do. We are going to write the code, as well as we are going to host our website on the cloud using this AWS. And that person should have the web development skills like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Java, Node.js, React.js. So in this training, we are going to concentrate only on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So using these three, we are going to create the websites. Node.js, React.js, they are the next level, the programming language. So to learn that, first you have to be very good in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so let us take to the next page, which is nothing but the website. Website, you must have observed or visited many websites like Book My Show, Facebook, right? Everything, Gmail, all the websites which you can see here, they are nothing but the websites. So what is a website? A collection of web pages which are grouped together and usually connected together in various ways like hyperlinks, buttons, etc. So website does not mean you are going to have a single page. You can have the multiple pages, and how those multiple pages are going to be interlinked by using hyperlinks or buttons. So why my website should be the best one? Because it is going to create the first impression of your business. Next is it can bring business from any part of the world. It reflects your expertise and reputation. Okay, so the website whoever is going to create, they should have a clear vision how the page should be look like. Now the question will come, are we going to behave as a web designer or a web programmer, right? So it depends upon company to company. Few companies, they will be having one set of people who will be simply designing the page, and one set of people who are simply going to do the coding, right, or the programming. And few companies, what they do, they will be having a same team who is going to do both the work, right? So it depends, like where are you placed. Okay, so this is what the web designer role, web programmer role. and the last is the website. Now a person can have both the roles together, designer plus programmer, or he or she can have a single role also. So this was all about the different kind of roles, right? Now we'll just discuss, we just know, right, using HTML I can create the web pages, but why do I need, right? Why do I need? So let us understand there is something known as a architecture, client server architecture. Now who is the client, who is the server? So just take an example of Gmail. Okay. So what we do, so if suppose I need to open my Gmail, so what will I do here? I'll simply write here gmail.com, correct? Then we get the things here, right? So how we are getting this data? That is what the question. So someone is going to respond my request. So that someone is nothing but the server. So somewhere in the world, the Gmail server is located. So the moment I sign in, I get the data from there, and that is what you see in your web page. Okay, now Gmail is a website, correct? A website is going to have the multiple pages that is nothing but known as the web pages. So you can see here that is what the server is clear. Now who is the client and who are we? So we human being, who are we? So the client is nothing but the browser. We are the end user. The human beings are the end user and the client is the browser, because through the browser only the request goes. Though we type, but the request goes through from the browser. So you can see the client or the browser user is going to enter the URL in the browser. What happens further? The HTTP request is submitted to that URL's corresponding server. So if I take the same example, Gmail, so somewhere Gmail server will be residing in the world. The moment I enter gmail.com, the request is submitted to the URL's corresponding server. Now, what is server? A physical machine operates server logic on the user request to determine what to send back. Now, the server is going to decide what to send back to the client, right? Now somehow it prepares some, some data or some response, and finally that response is returned to the user or client in a form of HTML, JSON or other formats. So now the server can respond back either, in the form of web page or some data or JSON. So don't worry about JSON. JSON is nothing but JavaScript object notation. Okay, so JSON is a way to communicate between the two systems. Okay, so this we can go through later on in more depth actually. After, it receives the response, client receives the response, what happens? User receives the response in the form of HTML page, which renders in the browser window. So the moment the response is sent back to the client further shows in the form of web page. That's how the user or we see the response in the browser. So this is what the, the very basic architecture in the client server, right? In this web world, this is what the basic architecture having the client server. So this is what the two-tier architecture. There are two tiers involved. One is client and the one is server. Then there are further more architecture like 3-tier, 4-tier. So there will be multiple, layers will be involved between client and server. That is what the different tiers architecture. Okay. So now I'm just going to talk about HTML. Till now we just discussed before HTML, like what is this word, what is the web word. We discussed few keywords. Now let us start with what is HTML. So HTML, as we know, it's very simple. It is known as a hypertext markup language. It is a standard markup language for creating web pages. Now if someone is asking me, I need a page. So the very first thing I should be knowing is the HTML. I need a web page which I want to display in the browser. I should be knowing HTML, right? As I said, it stands for Hypertext Markup Language. HTML describes the structure of web pages using markup. Some definitions are there. HTML elements are represented by tags. So here, as I said already, HTML is going to have infinite tags, and each tag will be having some or the other meaning in the browser, right? HTML tags label piece of content such as heading, paragraph, table, and so on, right? We are going to discuss anyways all of them. Browsers don't display the HTML tags but use them to render the content of the web page, right? So we have a tag, suppose heading tag is there, right? So heading tag, it is not going to display the heading, the name as a output in the browser. But what is going to do? You see here, browsers don't display the HTML tags but use them to render the content of the web page. So this heading keyword it is already defined in the browser. So anywhere if you see this heading keyword, you have to do this. Got it? So paragraph, anywhere you see this paragraph tag, you have to do this. Okay, so those tags already, the meaning of these tags are already defined. Okay, now whatever content we are going to write inside those tags, that is going to be displayed in the browser. Fine. Okay, so now the very next question should come to us, how to create our very first web page, right? So this is what a basic HTML template. As I said, it is, just having the tags, tags, tags. You just have to remember three things if you want to study HTML: tags, tags, tags. That's it. Okay, so you can see here, anything written inside the angular bracket, that is what known as a tag. So HTML, whenever we are creating any tag, there should be a closing tag for the same tag, right? So if I'm opening my HTML tag, I have to close this. How to close this? Forward slash and the same name. Okay, now the next thing is, HTML is not case sensitive. Okay, so I can write here in a small letter, I can close with the capital letter, I can write here with, the combination of a smaller capital, or anything you can write. Okay, but it's not case sensitive. But the good practice is, we should always write all the tags in a small letters. Why? Because if you go for the advanced languages like React.js and all, React.js, they will be having, you can create your own tags. See here, all the tags are already created. Okay, in React.js you can create your own tag. So to differentiate between both the tags, it is a user defined, it is an inbuilt tag. In case of React.js, the user defined tags, they should start with the capital letter. Okay, so make sure you always write the inbuilt tags in small letters. Okay, so HTML is a way to tell it's a HTML page. Again, HTML tag is going to have two more further tags. One is head, another one is body, right? Inside head, title is written. Inside body, these tags are written. This is what nothing but known as a heading, right? H1, we'll be having multiple headings like H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Till H6 we have the different headings. The output we'll see very soon. How does it differ? P stands for paragraph, right? So this is how we have written a very basic HTML page. Okay, so let us do that. So the prerequisite for this course is going to be, there is no prerequisite actually, first of all, as this is a very basic language to create the web page. But the software which you need, again, there is no software needed. If you just have the notepad, that is also more than enough. Okay, you can write your HTML code in the notepad, but I won't recommend writing in this, because we have many more editors available in the market, which is completely free of cost, open source. You can anytime you can download. But let me create the very first page using notepad. Okay, so I'll just write the same code whatever was written there. So HTML, and let us write the header section and body, and this is going to be our very first hello world page, right? So I'll just write here hello world. No other tags I have used other than HTML head and body. So make sure whenever you are opening, make sure you close it. It's not compulsory, but again, it's a good practice. All the text should be in small letters, and whenever you are opening them, you have to close them. It's a good practice if you do this. I'll save this file. As of now, I'll just save this file in my desktop. Okay, and let us have a look how I'm going to save it. So this is our first file. So let me just write first.html. The extension of the file should be .html. That's how it will recognize it is a HTML page. Okay, so this is what my first.html, and you can see we are getting the output. Are we getting the tags here? Are we getting the tags here? No. But the tags, whatever they are having the meaning, that is going to be rendered in the browser. Okay, now one more thing. Can I haven't used any other tags, right? So let me just use a tag called paragraph. Paragraph will refresh our page. Can you see any difference? No difference, right? Okay, let me increase the font size of the same. I'll use another tag known as we saw, right, headings H1 to H6. So I'll close this. Whenever you are opening them, make sure you close them also. You can see the font size got increased, right? So this is what the heading tag does. It increases the font size. And as I said, from H1 to H6, we have the different headings. So now let me use the H6 and now see the difference. You can see the font size got decreased, right? So H1, the meaning of H1 is the highest font size, H6 meaning is the lowest font size. And if I don't use any of those headings, it will show in a normal font size. Got it? Okay. So let me show it again. Yeah, very simple. So we have just written a hello world page using notepad, but actually I should not be doing this. As I already said, we are having multiple editors, so you can download a editor known as the Visual Studio. I already have it. Actually, this is what the Visual Studio Code, just download it. As I said, it's open source. Okay, you can download Visual Studio Code, and as I already have it, based upon the OS, you can download the corresponding one. So once you download it, you will be getting this kind of a screen. Now the next, I'm going to write all my HTML code here only. I won't be writing in the notepad, right? Because now once I start writing, you will see that difference clearly. Okay, so what I'll do, we have to create a new file and all, right? So already I have created a folder in my C drive. Let me show you the folder structure. In the C drive, I have already created a folder called UI. Inside that, I have a folder called HTML, and I'll make sure all my HTML files should go inside this HTML folder. Fine. So I'll do the same. Already I'm inside the HTML folder. I'll create a now new file. Fine. So whatever code was there, I'll just copy paste from here. Save this file in the HTML folder. Same, I'll say suppose with the same name, but anyways the folder location is different, so it doesn't matter. And the file type should be all files. Okay, now you can see the difference. I believe automatically the font color is changed, right? So I can easily differentiate these are my HTML tags, and this is what the content of the same. Got it? So now I'll execute the same page, and we are getting the same output, right? Only the way we are not using notepad, this time I'm using Visual Studio Code. There are many other editors also. You can use any one of them. Next, I'm going to talk about the different kind of tags available in HTML. So you can see here the main categories of elements and attributes. So as I already told you, there are infinite of elements or tags present in HTML. So no one can remember all those tags or element. So what they have done actually, all the elements are divided into two main categories. One is block level elements, another one is inline elements. Now what is the difference between both? The one what we already saw P and H1 to H6, right? So they are known as the block level elements, whereas the inline elements are IMG, which is used to create the image or display the image in a web page. Anchor tag, which is nothing but used to create the hyperlink. A span input element, which is nothing for the form tags. For the forms, we use this input element. Now the major difference between both is block and inline. Block will be occupying the entire width of the browser, whereas the inline elements is going to occupy whatever space is needed, only that space. Okay, so let me explain this with the example, the difference between block and inline elements. So I'll be continuing in this editor only, and earlier we did with this P, right? Now again I'm going to create another, say suppose H1, and I'll say here this is my paragraph or this is my heading. Got it? So what do you say? Should I get hello world and this is my heading in a same line, or they should come in one after another? So let us see the output. You can see here they are coming one after another because they both are the block level element. And so block level element, as I already told, it is going to occupy the entire width of the browser. Okay, so the one thing which I missed out, the browser, you can use here any of the browser. You have, the liberty. You can use Chrome, Mozilla, IE, all these. But only thing is the HTML5 features or the advanced HTML features, they are completely supported by the Chrome. So in that case, I'll recommend you to go with Chrome. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just copy this URL and type copy paste in Chrome. Okay, we are getting the same output. Let me do Control Shift I. This is what known as a developer tools. Okay, so how I did this, how I got the right screen. Control Shift I, that's the shortcut, or you can do right click, and here we have the inspect, which is nothing but known as the developer tools. Okay, so you can see the same elements. You can see the code what I have written there. You can find out here also. This is P element. This is heading. This is entire body. This is head and HTML tag. Got it? Now just have a look on P. Okay, so check out the highlighting part. When I select this P, you can see the entire width of the browser is getting highlighted. When I select H1, again the entire width of the browser is getting highlighted. The reason, they are the block level element. Remember, they said one more element, that is a span element, right? Which is nothing but the inline element. So let me just show you how this is inline. So after this, I'm going to create, suppose, okay, I'll create one text box. So as per the PPT, they were telling the span and the input element, both are the inline elements. So let us, just ask for the proof. And you can see here, this is span and this is, as they are the inline elements, they are going to immediately start one after another. They won't take you to the next line. Now if I highlight this, you can see highlight part is only, this is span. If I select this, you can see only the text box is selected. Are we clear? So the major difference between the block level and the inline element is, the block level elements occupy the entire width of the browser, whereas the span is going to occupy whatever space is needed to display that content. Okay, so as I said, all the HTML elements are divided into two categories. Either they are block level or the inline elements. So that's how we can design our page. Okay, so next is, we discussed about this. Now I'll be discussing very soon about how to create IMG, how to create table, form, input, all those things I'll be discussing with you very soon. Okay, so now one more thing, div and span. Span is the inline element, div is a block level element. Okay, but see, each element is going to have some or the other meaning, but only div and span, these two elements are there which don't do anything other than making a element a block or inline. So what do I mean? I'll just show from here. So suppose this span was the inline element, right? Now I'll just surround this span element with div element. As I said, div makes the content as block level. Okay, so I'll just do this. We'll see the output. Does the output get changed? Yes, because now we made the span element as a div element or the block level element. So div and span, they are very useful. We use them a lot. Div is used to convert your content into the block level, whereas the span can be used to convert your block into a inline element. Okay. Other than that, they don't do anything else. Yeah. So this is what, the elements. We just discussed one thing, elements. Now there is one more thing known as the attribute, right? So we'll discuss now the attribute. Attributes are something which give the additional information of the element. Element we already saw. When we are talking about the additional information, that is what known as the attributes. The example can be name, width, height, alt, title, ID, class. Again, they are the inbuilt attributes. Each attribute is going to have some or the other meaning. Fine. So, anyways, we discussed div currently, right? So, let me just take this example here. Div, how to write the attribute? Space, you have to write the attribute name equal to the value of the attribute. Make sure always the attribute value should be in double quotes. Again, it's not hard and fast rule, but it's a good practice if you write the attribute value in double quotes. So as it's already mentioned, attributes are something which give the additional information of the element. Now there are two inbuilt attributes. One is ID, another one is class. It is exactly same as, you can think you are in a class of your college, right? And each student is going to have their own unique ID. So multiple students can belong to a same class, but each student is going to have its own roll number or the ID. Okay. So see here, this is what one of my HTML code snippet. You can see all the div elements are having the same class name CLS1, 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 but their IDs are different or the unique, right? So if my roll number is 101, my next person roll number cannot be 101, right? In the classroom. Same here, ID should be unique. But again, it's not hard and fast rule. You can have the elements with the same ID. Okay, but it's not a good practice. You should have, we are having the same IDs for the multiple elements. So make sure whenever you are using ID concept, all the elements of the same web page should be having the unique IDs. Now, can multiple elements have the same class name? Yes, they can have. Can they have the different class name? Yes, they can have the different class name also. Okay, now I'll be showing you very soon how you are going to use these class names, right? So I've just written, see, this is what my user defined value, right? See, the class attribute name is inbuilt. ID name is inbuilt, but the value is, the attribute value is my user defined. So how you are going to use these values? So I'll be showing you that very soon, what is, how you are going to use the ID value and the class value. Clear? So ID and class, very important in your web page designing. ID meaning is uniqueness, class meaning is multiple elements can have the same class name. One more thing about ID and class. So as this nomenclature you are going to do, make sure this nomenclature, the very first letter should be alphabet. Okay. And it's hard and fast rule. Okay. It's nothing you have the other option. The very first the letter should be alphabet. It cannot be number, it cannot be space, it cannot be any special character. It has to be alphabet. Okay, so now you can see this div element is going to have multiple attributes. So the thing is, a single element can have the multiple attributes also. Yeah, so what I'll do, I'll also create ID and class, and we'll see, do we get any difference? ID equal to, this is my own user defined value, so I can write anything here. So we'll see, I mean, do we get any difference in the output? There is no change, because the thing is, see, I have told you have this ID, you have this class name, but where are they defined? Do they have any meaning? No, because they are the user defined. So I have to tell the meaning of this ID one, I have to tell the meaning of this CLS one. So that I'll be showing you when we start with CSS. Okay, so the next thing is, what I'll do, there is one more element they are discussing here, the IMG element. I'll use this IMG element also. Now what is IMG element? It is simply used to display the images in the web page. IMG, okay. It is going to have multiple attributes. One of the attribute is, you have to tell what you want to display. Where is your image, right? That is what SRC meaning is, source image. Where is your image? We have many other attributes, like we have width, again inbuilt attribute. Here you are going to tell what should be the width of my image, right? You can change it. Suppose the image size which you are trying to display in your web page, it's a bigger size. So you can change the width or height using the width and height attribute. Yeah. See, as I said, attribute value should be always in double quotes, but till now I haven't placed any value. So I'll be placing very soon. Then there is one more attribute which is very specific to IMG, which is alt. Alt meaning is alternative. If the image is not available in this source, display this alt. Display this alternative. So I'll say here, the image is not displayed. Are we clear? And I am closing the IMG element here only. Yeah, we'll see this output. I haven't given any source code.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
So it means if the image is not available or the path is given wrong, I should get this message. You can see here the image is not displayed, and this cross is there, means the image is not there, right? So alt meaning is if image is not available, display this alternative message, and it is very specific only for IMG element. There is one more attribute which is common for all the elements. You can use this, that is title. Okay, title is nothing but, I'll simply say my image. Title is nothing but when you hover your mouse on that element, you should get the title. It's not you can only use with IMG, I can use with anyone. So suppose with H1 I'll say title. I'll just write some title for this, my heading. It is a user defined messages. So when I hover on the image, you can see my image is coming. When I hover on H1, you can see my heading is coming. Okay, so this is what the title attribute does. Okay, now, but till now we are not displaying the image, right? So let me display some image here. So I'll just copy paste some, or you can download from net, anything. So what I'll do, I'll just copy paste. I have one folder here. I'll just place it there. Okay, so all my images are inside this images folder, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have to make sure I have to give the proper extension. So let me just check the properties. It is a .jpg file. Yeah. So I'll be giving the path of my image. Okay. So there can be multiple ways to give the path. So one way could be I can simply right click properties and copy paste the actual path, right? Absolute path actually. So I'll say here C drive UI slash images folder, right? It was in images folder, right? And then 1.jpg. Okay, let us check. We are getting. But the question is it a good practice to do in this way? See, if I'm doing in this way, suppose my project is running in client system and client does not have this location, right? Client does not have this JPG inside C drive UI images, right? So in that case, I'll be getting this alt message, which is not a good thing to display to the client. So this is what known as the absolute path. So you are telling your image location absolutely, right? There is one more way to tell the location, which is nothing but known as the relative path. Relative path is very simple. The meaning is very simple here. You are telling corresponding to my file where you can find your image, or relative to my file where you can find out the image. So if you see the the folder structure, to go to images, I have to come out from UI. I have to go to images folder and there my image. So I'll do the same. How to come out from the folder? So there's a way called dot dot. Dot dot stands for come out from the current directory. So come out from the current directory. Now I'm outside the UI folder. Go to images folder and there you can find out. We'll refresh and we are getting the same output, right? Now no matter you are running in the client system or someone else system, you should get the same output. So we should make a habit always to use the relative path. Never ever use the absolute path. Okay, so when I'm going to share my code to the client, or when we are going to host our website onto AWS, right? In that case, I'll be hosting this UI folder altogether. HTML files, images, and next we are going to talk about CSS, JavaScript. So everything we are going to host together, and we'll make sure everywhere it is going to be relative path, no absolute path. I think it's clear. Okay. So IMG we saw SRC. Then there are two more attributes which I haven't used till now, width and height. So you can change the width and height of the image as per your design. So suppose here you can give some number. Suppose I'll say here 50% size of my image I want to display, and suppose 80% size of the height of the image. So you can see here 50%, 80% meaning is going to be, it is going to occupy that much space from the browser. Correct? If you see here, till now we were getting a very small image. Now I'm telling 50% of this space you can occupy as a width, and 80% space you can occupy as the height. Okay, so using width and height, you are going to tell the same. Are we clear? So this is how, I just covered the IMG element, and we discussed the different kind of attributes. Not all the attributes, the selected the attributes belong to IMG, the attributes like ID and class which can belong to any element. Fine. So this was all about IMG. Okay. Next, as I already told you, there are different types of elements, and all the elements are divided into two categories: block and inline elements. Right. So I'll just show you in a very fast all the elements present in HTML. Okay. So there is something known as a empty element. See, till now whenever we are opening any element, we'll make sure it is closing also, right? We use P, H1 to H6, span, div, right? But if you have observed this, when I use this input element, where is that? Yeah, when I use this input element, immediately I close this. So this is what known as the empty element. So there are some elements in HTML which do not need the explicit closing. There you close them immediately. Okay, so one of them is input. Then we have the BR. BR is nothing but line break. Then we have the nested elements. The nested element is as simple, element inside elements. Then we have the different kind of headings present, the paragraphs, list, tables, images, link, text formatting. So let me just talk about list here. There is something known as a ordered and unordered list. Okay, so now what is this list and all? Let me just show you with the example. OL stands for ordered, UL stands for unordered. Now if I just write OL, let us see the output. Do we get anything or not? Okay, first I'll remove the image because it is occupying so much of a space, or maybe I'll just remove the width and height so it won't occupy that much of a space. Okay, you can see when we used OL, nothing came up. Okay, now OL, UL, they are having nested elements. If you want to use them, you have to use these nested elements. LI stands for listing. You are listing what your ordered or unordered list should have. You'll see the output. Yeah, so we are getting in a format of listing, right? This is nothing but known as a ordered list. Now I can simply convert into unordered. Just replace OL with UL, and you can see it is coming in a bullet symbol. Got it? So with OL, UL. Okay. Now by default, UL or OL, if I'm using, OL displays in number formatting and UL displays in a bullet formatting. You can change this formatting also. For that, there is an attribute called type. I can tell if I don't want in bullet, I can say, I want in a square format. You can see now it is coming in square, right? It's no more bullet format. The circle is default one. You can change it to the other one, but this, you whatever name you change, that should be supported with your browser. It's nothing you can write a pentagon, all those things. Whatever is supported in your browser, only that type you can change it. Similarly for OL, I can do this. Suppose I don't want numbers, I want, with the ABCD, I'll say capital A. If I want in capital letters, if I want a small letter, I'll say A, small a. If you want in the Roman numbers, you can simply say here I. The meaning is we are talking about the Roman numbers. Got it? So this is what the meaning of this ordered and unordered list. Next, I'll discuss about the anchor element. Okay, so anchor element is very simple. Let me just show from here. So anchor element, I'll say, please click here, click here. Okay, and anchor element, always you are going to use attribute called href equal to. The meaning is very simple. This anchor element is used to link multiple pages together, right? So href, if I say here, I want to, when I click on this, I want to move to another page, suppose google.com. Okay, so let me just show from here. See, we can open this google.com from here. Got it? So this is how your anchor element works. In the next, so here, what all the things we discussed? Let a quick recap. We discussed a few elements like IMG. We discussed anchor element. We discussed the different kind of attributes. We discussed the ordered and unordered list. Next, I'll show you how to create tables and forms. Okay, so the table, as we know, table is something which is going to have some data. We are going to display some data. So to display the table, we have altogether the tag name itself is a table. So what I'll do, I'll just remove the previous stuff so that we'll be having the clean browser, and I'll create a table which is going to have some rows and some columns, right? Generally, table contains these two things. To represent it's a row, we use a element called tr. To represent it's a column of that row, we use a element called td. So a single tr can have multiple tds. Are we clear? A single row can have multiple columns, right? Now suppose I'm going to create a table of students data. Okay, so which is going to have few fields like name, say the department, and the age. Let us have three columns, right? So I'll create a table which contains further two elements. One is tr, which is known as a table row. Another one is td, which is nothing but table data. So tr is just going to represent one row, but the data you are going to write inside the td element, right? So as I said, name, age, and department. Okay, so now I'll create first one row which is having those headings, right? So I can say here th, either I can say td, name, right? Let me first show you with td, then I'll show you, introduce one more tag known as a th. Name, age, these are my headings of my table, and department, right? This is what are we are expecting. Okay, now my first row is going to have all the headings. Next row is going to have the actual data. So let us have the name as Sam, the age. Okay, so I'll just put 20 years, and the department, I'll say computer science. Okay, let us have the output. Okay, so let me open this. So you can see we are getting the output like this, right? So I'll just open in Chrome because that is more effective. Yeah, so we are getting like this. So similarly, we can have n number of rows, right? I can keep on writing and we'll get multiple rows. We'll change the name also. Yeah, so that's how we create a table. But generally, table contains the border, right? So, and moreover, if you see, generally the headings also, they are in bold letters, right? So to get the bold letters, there are multiple ways. One way could be you can simply use the element known as th, which is nothing but table heading. Yeah? So if I do this, you see the name, it is going to be in bold letters. Okay. Other way could be, as I told already, as I said, I'll be discussing the text formatting here. Text formatting is same as you are going to use multiple elements which they are going to do some of the other stuff. Like if I use B stands for bold letters. So it is going to display the content in bold letters. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just put the age here inside B. Yeah, either we can use th or I can use the b element. So here in this case, as we are talking about table, let us continue with th because that also does the same, right? Why to write the multiple tags? So I'll simply use here th. Got it? Otherwise, b can be also used to make it bold letters. Now, similarly, like anyways, we are discussing about the text formatting. Let me talk about some more formatting elements.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So like how we have D, similarly we have I element. What is that? It is nothing but it is used to make it italic. The output will come in a italic format. Make sure the nesting elements, as I said, see you can see there's an italic. Okay, so then we have U. U stands for underline. So it's mentioned here. Text formatting, the elements are I, U, B, strong, EM. I stands for italic, U stands for underline, B stands for bold, and then strong is similar to your bold letters. Either you can use B or the strong. Actually, this element was introduced in HTML5. Okay, which gives the special meaning, right? If I'm talking about strong, it means actually it is a bold letter. EM is nothing but emphasizing. We are emphasizing on that element. Okay. So these are the elements, the basic elements of HTML. So I'll talk about more about HTML, more about table tag. So let me just go back to the same. And I'll not use this and these text formatting elements. Instead of that, I'll just go with the TH. Yeah, I'll just replace with this TH. Because we have to put the border and all, right? This table does not look good. This is without the border. Okay, so let us see how to place the border. Got it? Now to place the border, we have an attribute altogether. The border, the attribute name itself is a border. Okay, so if I say here, say border, the value, as I said, all the attribute values, they should go inside the double quote, and it has to be some number. So if I say 2, and let us see the output here, we are getting the output like this, right? So which looks proper table, right? Now my TT, you can have a text or you can have a image, anything, right? So can I place the image here inside the TT? Yes, let us give a try. And as we know, img is a empty element, and make sure whenever you are giving the path, it should always be relative. So that's the beauty of this editor. If you are writing in this notepad, it is going to be you have to be very conscious while writing, right? Here it gives the auto suggestion. You can see here we are getting the image also. Okay, so see in this I told you about the basic tags, right? Table, tr, td, th, all these things. We have many more attributes also. We just discussed border. We have call span, we have row span, call span attribute, row span attribute. They are nothing but to you know club multiple columns or club multiple rows. So that is the assignment for you people. You have to find out how to use call span and row span. Okay, so that is, I'll clear again. Call span and row span, they are used to club multiple rows or multiple columns. Suppose I'll just show from here. Suppose a single student is belongs to multiple departments, right? So what I need to do, I have to place a this vertical line here, right? Vertical line here. I'm not going to divide department column. I'm just going to divide the data into two columns. So one CS, another department, right? So you are going to place a vertical line. So you are going to have two TDs in this TR. Got it? Along with these two TDs, you should have two more TDs for this TR. But this TR can only have a single TD for department. Okay, so we have to club two columns together. So here you are going to use call span. Row span, as I said, it is going to club the rows. In the next video, I'll discuss about how to create the form, which is very important. The forms are something which allows you to accept the data from the user. So first let me show you one form, then I'll come to how to create using HTML. So this is what Yahoo website, and I'm going to create a new account for myself. So when you open this page, you can see here you are getting something wherein you have to tell what is your first name, surname, email ID, the password, the phone number. If I write something in other than numbers, it is going to display me in red color. This is what the drop down, right? This is the gender. So altogether, if I see in this page, we have the text box. These are the text boxes which does not have the complete border, just the underline is there. Text boxes, and then we have this drop down, right? This is also one of the drop down with the different countries. Okay, and then finally we have a button here, and these are few hyperlinks which takes me to the next page, which is nothing but using the anchor element they have done it. Right? Generally, any form whenever you fill, which it always contains few fields like the text boxes, radio button, check boxes, drop down, and buttons. So let me just show from here. List of elements contained inside a form in a normal form. Okay, in generally in a normal form, which all the elements are always present, but again it's optional. Like in the Yahoo website, they haven't given any radio button checkbox. So now first thing should be text box, which is nothing but a single row. Then radio button, in which you can do a single selection. So generally radio button we create for gender and all. Checkbox, wherein you can do the multiple selection, right? Checkbox, we can use it for the technologies which you are aware of. Drop down for multiple selection, wherein you can create a drop down for which all the cities you lived in. Text area and text box, the only difference between both is, in both the cases you can write the things, right? In text box also you can write something, text area also you can write something, but only thing in text area we are going to have multiple rows, whereas in case of text box it is a single row option. Then we have a different kind of buttons like click button, submit button and reset button. Submit button, reset button, they both are related with your form, right? Whereas the click button is a normal button which can be used either inside a form or outside the form. Now all these elements, they should be inside the form element if you want them to behave as a form in which you are going to take the input from the user. Right, so now I'm going to create a registration form which is going to have all these basic elements. To let us create a student registration form here. So how to create text box, radio button, checkbox, drop down. So one by one I'll be showing you. In the same example, I'll create a form here. Okay, as I said, whenever you are creating a form, it should always have a form element. All the form elements should go inside the form element altogether, inside the form tag. Okay, so first thing is I'm going to ask the user, please enter your name, right? So I can say here name, and it has to be a text box. So I'll say here input. Remember, we have created a text box actually by just doing this. Let us see, do we get a text box or not? You can see we are getting a text box. Okay, just we have written input element and closed it as they are the empty elements. Okay, now age, it has to be a number, but it has to be a text box only, right? Or you can make it as a drop down also. Let us just do with the text box. Okay, now you can see age is coming immediately after this. So what you feel, which kind of element it is? So yeah, you got it correct. This is what the inline element, it is coming next line itself. So in the next altogether, not next line. So if I want to put a break in between, I'll use a BR, which is nothing but line break. Okay, now we can have some more. If you want some more text boxes, you can have it. Now I'll just jump to the radio button. The next is radio button. So I'll just ask the gender of a student. Okay, now how to create a radio button? See, for all the form elements, if you want to create, it is only with the input tag. With input tag, you are going to do everything. So how, on which basis? We'll be having an attribute called type here. Okay, now based upon the type value, you are going to get different form elements. So if I say here radio, I'll be getting a radio button. Okay, so we'll just check. I'm getting a radio button here, correct? Next is, okay, so as I'm asking gender, I have to give the option male. This is one and another one is female. Yeah, it's coming here. And the only thing is we have to place a BR so that it will come to the next line. Okay, this is what type radio to get the radio button. Now the question will come, why for text boxes I haven't given any type? So by default, the type value is always text. Okay, by default the type value is text. If I skip, then also there is no problem. If I write something wrong, like if I say, anything, if I write anything random, then also I'll be getting a text box. You can see the text box is coming. By default, type value is text. You can write either text or you can do something else. It doesn't matter, because browser will never show any error there, right? It will always consider it as a text box. But if you want to get other elements, you have to specify properly. If it is a radio button, you have to say radio. If it is a checkbox, let us create a checkbox now. I'll place the break checkbox for the technologies known, or say okay, this page I'm making for, actually this registration page I'm making for an employee who is going to apply for a job here in this company. So this guy is searching for a job, and it's a checkbox, right? We are going to make a checkbox. So input type equal to checkbox. So this is what another keyword. So if I do this, I'll be getting a checkbox. Radio, text, checkbox. So different type values, different output. You can see one checkbox is coming. Okay, now how many checkboxes you need? You have to write those many checkboxes. So I have to give the value also, say HTML. I'll add multiple technologies. After this, I'll place a BR because we know all the input elements are the inline elements. You can see we are getting multiple, and you can do the multiple selections also in case of a checkbox. Yeah, so we have done three things: text box, radio button, checkbox, right? Next, let us discuss how to create a drop down. Okay, now don't say for drop down we have the input type is good drop down. No, we have altogether a different tag, that is a select and option. So I'm going to use the same. So these are the technologies known to the person, and next I'll say here city, say lived in. So as I told, the drop down, see, drop down can be used in two ways. From a drop down you can do a single selection as well as a multiple selection. So first I'll show you with the single selection. Okay, so the combination, the elements which you are going to use, select. Okay, so if I just use select, let us see the output. You can see we're just getting the drop down but no options coming. To get the option, we are going to use the element name. Yes, you got it, option. So I'll say here Bangalore. Next option, say suppose Delhi. I'll just put all the metros. Okay, so let me just put only these many and we'll see the output. You can see we are getting the options also now. Right? So it's very simple. I'm just explaining step by step how to get the text boxes. Text box, can I write something? See, but it's wrong. I should not be allowed to write anything other than numbers for each. Right? So I'll just talk about that. This is what known as the validation. Name, I should not be allowed to enter the numbers for the name. It should be only alphabets. Okay, so we did text boxes, we did radio button, checkbox, drop down. Next is going to be the buttons, right? So I have to submit this data, right? So as I said, there are three kind of buttons. How to get the button? The type value is going to be button. Okay, so if I say simply this, input type equal to button, let us see the output. I'm getting a button with no value. Generally in a button, if you see here, we get the value, right? Continue, cancel, reset, all those, right? But here I'm not getting a value. So in that case, how to get a value? There is another attribute known as a value. So again, value attribute is common for, I can use with input element, right? So anywhere I can use this value attribute. So value, suppose I say here, click me. Can see the button is coming, but see, even though I'm doing something, I'm clicking, nothing is happening, because I have to tell explicitly if it is a normal button, what should happen if the user is clicking, right? Which I haven't done it. Okay, so this is a normal button. Now I'll create a submit button. Not placing the value, please.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B, LB, C, break, D, UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Make a note, I'm not placing a value, giving a value, but by default the value is coming as submit. Because the type is submit, I'm getting a submit as a value. But don't think like, this output will be common for all the browser. The same page I'm running with Mozilla. And here I'm getting the value is submit query. So different browser give the different value for the submit button. Okay, so what if you want a same value? Use the value attribute. I'll say here submit form. Now I'll refresh. Okay, M got. Sorry, bad luck. Submit form here, and let us check in the Mozilla also. Here also we are getting the submit form. Okay, so make sure if you want the same name in the different browser, use the value attribute. First let me place the line break. Yeah, okay, so this is what the submit button. Now but what submit button is doing, that also let us check. Okay, so let me write something randomly, HTML as a name. It's suppose 20. I'll select its mail, Bangalore, and click on submit form. Just have a look in the URL. Okay, first.html, it's written like this. When I click on submit form, you can see here it's coming as question mark. So the meaning is very simple. The form data got submitted. But the thing is, whom it got submitted. Generally, when I create my account here, I write my details here, right? Suppose I write my details here, right? And when I click on continue, so here the continue is the name of a submit button. So if I click on continue, the data gets saved into the server, Yahoo server, right? But here in our case, do we have any connectivity with the server? No. So how the data will be saved? No, it won't be saved. So what is happening? It is refreshing my current page. Okay, that's the reason you can see here question mark. Like the data is getting submitted, but there is no server connectivity. It is coming back to the same page. Are we clear? Okay. So that's how the submit button, and when I click on click me button, the button type value, we are not getting anything because you have to tell the functionality explicitly. Whereas the submit button functionality is already defined inside the browser. Okay, now there is one more button called as reset button. So input, and if I refresh this page, reset is coming. By default the value is reset. Okay, we'll check in the other browser also. Do I get the same? It's coming same, but maybe other browser they show in different way, reset form or something else. So why to take a chance? So you can give the always the value. Okay, so now what reset does, let us see here. I'll just write something and click on reset. It resets the form. Whatever data the user has entered, it is going to erase that or reset that. Okay, so that is what reset does. I hope it's clear the difference between button, input type equal to button, the input type equal to submit, and the input type equal to reset. Okay, so we discussed only one element, that is input, with the different type values, and we got the different elements. Only thing, for the drop down, the element is select and option. But again in HTML5, we have the replacement for this select and option also. Okay, there they use the input element itself to get the drop down. I will discuss that during HTML5 features. Yeah, one more thing. Yeah, we discussed the attributes type and the value. Okay, but one thing I'll show you from here. See, as I said, radio button, there should be a single selection, right? I'll select this, I'll select this. Both are getting selected, which is violating the radio button fundamentals. But for checkbox, can I select multiple checkbox? Yes. Can I have a single checkbox? Yes. Can I select multiple drop down? As of now, no. I can select a single drop down, but you can select the multiple drop downs also. But the main problem is this radio button. I should not be allowed to have a multiple selection for the radio button. Got it? So we have to somehow do something so that that problem gets resolved. Okay, before that, one more thing. Uh, Text area I haven't discussed, right? So text area, let me just write, then I'll come back to the radio button problem. So we have a drop down after this text area to take the address from the user. Just text area I'll just place and place the BR if it is not a block label. So you can see here we are getting a space with the multiple rows. The difference between text box and text area, you are getting the multiple rows the moment I keep on writing, and you can see the automatically this vertical scroll is also coming. Right? You can increase or decrease the size of the width and height of your text area by using calls and rows attribute for the text area. So I'll use this calls. Calls meaning is columns. How many columns should be present in your text area? If I say 10 here, rows, by default how many rows should be displayed to the user? So if I say 20 here, and I'll place here some address. You can see I increase the rows, right? So you can see the 20 rows by default get displayed and the calls is 10. Okay, so I'll decrease the rows now. Are we clear? Okay, so by default 10 rows will be displayed. By default 10 columns will be displayed to the user once you load the page. Okay, now coming back to the same radio button issue, we can select the multiple radio buttons together. Now there is one more attribute name as name itself. I'll just use that and show you the output. Name, I'll just tell you the meaning of this very soon. I'm just giving the same name attribute value for both the radio buttons. You can have multiple n number of radio buttons, right? Okay, so now if I say male or female, yes, it's working fine. So now what happened all of a sudden? We just use the name attribute which is going to have the same value for all the radio buttons, right? In that case, you can have the single selection for the radio button. But why didn't I use with other form elements? Can I use here also? Let me see. Can I use here also? I'll give the same name value. Okay, there is no issue. But when I click on submit form, okay, now just have a look here. This is important one. When the data gets submitted, as of now, no server connectivity, nothing is there, but just have a look on this URL. You can see here question mark, gender equal to on. Till now, this gender or these keywords were not coming, but now all of a sudden they started coming. Why? Because whenever you use the name attribute, for whichever field you use the name attribute, only that attribute value is going to be displayed or is going to be served to the server. Okay, so simple meaning is whenever you want your data to go to the server, for that element you have to use this name attribute. Otherwise your data won't be submitted. Okay, how can I make sure? So suppose I am entering, first let me just go back. Yeah, suppose I'm entering name, some values I'm entering and click on submit form. Though I have given name and age, but name and age are not coming here in the URL. Whereas only those fields are coming wherever we have given the name attribute. So looks like name attribute is very important. So what I'll do, I'll just have the name attribute for the person name. I'll say here username, and for the age, user age, username. So name attribute, let us have a look. Okay, so I'm this time again I'm entering some name, some random values, and click on submit form. Now you can see the U name, whatever I have entered, it's coming. Whatever age I have entered, that is also coming. Gender, that is also coming, right? So it's coming. But see, is that clear? So the name attribute is important. For those field, whichever field you feel, right, it should go to the next level, or it should be that data should be saved to the server, or the data should be sent to the server. Okay, there all in all those places you use the name attribute. Yeah, that's clear. Now, why gender, even though I have selected male or female, why is it coming as on? So now one more important attribute, that is a value, right? Did we use value attribute till now? Yes, we used value with the buttons, different kind of buttons. So now value attribute is very important in case of radio button checkbox dropdown, where you are not writing anything, where you are hitting something. Okay, so what I'll do here, I'll say the value attribute. So this is suppose M, this value equal to F. Meaning is very simple. I'll just explain. The meaning is very simple here. User is going to see this value. Which value? In the display, user will be seeing male, female. But when I select male or female, the value which goes to the server is either M or F. It does not go as male or female. Similarly, here if I say value equal to, suppose I'll say here, same HTML, the value should go HTML, value equal to say CSS, okay, and suppose I'll say here JavaScript, which is a full name display to the user, but when the user select this, we are sending to the server a shortcut, short form JS. Okay, now let us execute our program again. I'm refreshing, write some name, say UI, age 20, female, HTML, CSS, and suppose I'll select JavaScript also, click on submit form. Uname is coming, age is coming, gender is coming F, no more on. Tech equal to HTML, CSS, and JS. Yeah. So whatever data values are defined for each tag, that is going to be displayed or sent to the server. That's how we need it, right? So we use the name attribute, we learned how to use the value attribute also. So after this name and value, let us check out for the rate for the drop down also. But as one thing here, you can see the technologies, the name of the technology, as I mentioned in the HTML page or in the code, the name was tech, right? So tech, all the tech values are coming as HTML, CSS, whatever the user has selected, we are getting that. Either you can do in this way, or you can have the different name values. If you want to do in this way also, you can do this. So if I refresh my page again, you can see if I select only CSS and JavaScript, submit form, you can see tech2 is equal to CSS and tech3 equal to JS. I hope that's clear. Now this is all the text boxes and radio button checkboxes clear. Let us check how to fetch the drop down value also, or how to send the drop down value to the browser. Solution is, answer is always name and value attribute, right? So when I use the name attribute, only that value will go. If I use the value attribute, only that will go, otherwise the value will be displayed as on. Let us check out. So name equal to, here I'll say as city. Okay, as it's a single selection as of now, so I'm selecting suppose Delhi, right? Submit form, you can see city equal to Delhi. Okay, but whereas the uname and UH, they are not coming anything. The reason is already I haven't typed any value for the name and age. Okay, so city is coming as Delhi. Name. Okay, what if you don't want display as Delhi? You can have your own value. I can decide like, I want the different, I don't want to send the big values. I can simply send the shortcut. Say BGR. Yeah, some DLH, right? So if I do in this way, this value will go instead of this. We'll refresh and cross verify again. It is selected as Bangalore. You can see the value is going as BGR here. Instead of Bangalore, that is what going at the back end. Clear? Now, as I said, okay, so name attribute we used as well as the value. As I said, in the drop down, you can do the multiple selection, but as of now, we are not able to do. Now I'm going to use another attribute so that multiple values can be selected from the drop down. Okay, so this value, the attribute name is multiple. You can see this attribute does not have the value. Generally, whenever we mention the attribute, it always has the value. Okay, so these attributes are known as the self-contained value. So even though I can write like this, or I can say multiple equal to multiple, right? The value is also same as attribute name. So instead of this, I'll simply write multiple. So in that case, I can select the multiple options, and you can see here it's coming. But how to select the multiple option? You have to hold the control key and then select. Okay, I've selected two options from here. Okay, for Kolkata, I think I haven't given the value. You can see here, city value is coming as BGR, DLH and Kolkata. Are we clear how to get the multiple values selected from the drop down? Okay. So we saw one more attribute named as multiple, and this attribute is known as a self-contained value. Okay, so no need to say multiple equal to multiple or multiple equal to on. You can simply leave that as it is. Like this is one of the attribute which does the same. Similarly, we have few more attributes which do not need the value. Like for the radio button, what if you want radio button to be selected by default, right? So you can see you can use an attribute called checked. Checked is again a self-contained attribute. Either you can say checked equal to checked, or you can simply leave checked. Similarly, for checkboxes also, what if I want CSS to be selected by default? I'll say checked. Okay. So checked I use for radio button, checked I use for the checkbox also. You can see by default these values are checked. Now for the drop down, you will say, use the check. No, for that the attribute name is selected. So I'll use selected. You see by default Kolkata is selected. Okay, but then further user can change it. Similarly, CSS, even though by default is selected or checked, but user can change it. Okay, so we saw, three attributes which does not have the value or no need to mention the value. One is multiple to get the multiple drop downs. Another one is checked to get the by default checked value for radio button or checkbox. And third is selected to get the a particular option to be selected by default. Are we clear? Okay, now let us go back to our PPT. The next slide. Okay, so quick revision what we discussed till now. Text box, how to create, input type equal to text. Name, if I don't mention name, it won't go to the server. Value is the default one. Say suppose if I say value equal to something here, say I'll say here John, same example. Refresh, the default value is John. If I click on submit, that value will go. Okay, so this is the default value which you are sending. Yeah. Okay, now radio button, input type equal to radio, name is gender, value equal to M, right? So value we understood the difference, the usage of name and value attribute, which is very important you to know. Checkbox, that is clear, input type equal to checkbox, name and value. Text area, rows and calls. For drop down, name and value. This value goes to the database, and if I don't mention name and if I don't use the name attribute, the value won't be submitted to the server. And these are the different kind of buttons. Okay, now here we used one of the attribute checked, which makes sure one of the checkbox is selected by default, selected for one of the option of drop down. And one more attribute we use, multiple. Multiple allows to select multiple values from the drop down. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll discuss the other attributes also. The very first one is size. Size is nothing but changes the width of the text boxes. Now, if you see here, by default, the text size is this much only. Yeah, if I want to increase or decrease, you can have an attribute size. So if I say size equal to 20, So I think that is, just a minute. Let me go to the its previous size. Yeah. Okay, I'll just increase the size. You can see the width of the text box got increased. Increase or decrease based upon what size value you are giving. So size attribute, it works with the text boxes. Okay. Now the next attribute is max length, min length. Before that, let me just talk about the placeholder, display the placeholder value. So this you must have observed in the website, placeholder, which shows, what to be entered in that text box. So I'll say, please enter username. So if I want that to be displayed, I have to remove the value attribute, otherwise that is going to be displayed by default. So placeholder, another attribute, you can see please enter your username, and the moment the user starts writing his name, that will go off. Yeah. So this is what placeholder. Check selected we already discussed. Now the max length and the min length. Max length is nothing but the maximum number of characters entered in the text box. So these are most of the attributes actually we have for the text boxes. So I'll say here max length. Okay, so suppose I'll say max length is 4. So the meaning is maximum 4 characters the user can enter, not more than 4 characters. So we'll cross verify. So I'm trying to enter more than 4 and it is not allowing me to enter. Okay. Now another one is min length. Min length, suppose I say minimum 2 characters to be present in the name. Okay. So what I'll do to check this, first I'll make sure I'm entering only minimum 2 characters. So 4 or 3. Submit. It's submitting. It's working very well. Now what if I say only 1 character? Okay. Click on submit form. And you can see here we are getting the pop-up error message. Please lengthen this text to 2 characters or more. You are currently using 1 character. Yeah. All because of I use the min length attribute. So minimum length of the text should be 2, and wherein I am just passing 1 character, it is showing me the error. But this error is not, the appealed one. I mean, see, if I see this kind of error in the UI design, it won't be that much appealing. So the error should be always in the red color, and it should not come as a pop-up. They should be always next to the element where the error is coming. So in this case, I should get my own error message first of all. If I again click on submit form, you can see this error message is coming. What if I want my own error message, right? So I want next to that text box in the red color, not as a pop-up, right? So that is you can do using JavaScript. So once we learn JavaScript, they will see how to add the the content on the fly. Okay, so this one thing we saw min length, max length, but not user defined error message. It is coming as inbuilt error message. Okay, now next is multiple, we already covered. Then we have read only disabled. Read only disabled, the meaning is very simple. The data is, you cannot write anything. They are just going to be read only. You cannot write anything in those text boxes. Okay, action, method and target. Okay, so now I'll just show you how the read only and disabled works. So what I'll do, I'll simply say here, suppose in the age, I'll say read only. This is the attribute which does not need the value. It means I cannot enter anything here. See, in the age, I'm not allowed to enter anything because it's a read only. Similarly, for disabled, if I say disabled, I'm not allowed to enter anything. Again, I'm not allowed to enter, right? But then what is the difference? So that is your next assignment. You have to find out how read only and disabled behave differently. So solution is already written here. In case of read only, data is going to be processed. In case of disabled, data is not going to be processed. Process meaning is simple. The data is going to be submitted to the server. Okay, in case of read only, that data, whatever data is already written in the text box, that data will go to the server. In case of a disabled, the data won't go to the server. So please cross verify this. Did I say correct or not? Okay. Next is action. Now, the form element. See, we discussed multiple elements, but the form element, which is very important, it contains one attribute called action. So it tells, it tells us, ask you if the form gets submitted, what action you want to be taken. Okay, so that you can do it using this. So suppose I want, when the user clicks on submit button, I want to move to the next page. Okay, your next page could be, welcome page, right? As of now, I'm just taking him to the google.com. If the user clicks on submit button, I'm taking him to the google.com. Generally, it has to be welcome if user has entered his details properly. Okay, as minimum 2 characters, submit form, and you can see it is coming to google.com. Till now the same page was going to be refreshed. Now as we have given the action, it is taking us to google.com. Yeah. Okay, what is the next attribute? The method. The method specify the http method to be used when submitting the form data, and the last is target, specifies if the submitted result will open in a new browser tab or in a current window. Okay, so what is a method? Method is again, see, now we are talking about all the attributes of the form element. So one is action, another one is the method. So method is always, either get, these are the HTTP methods, get or post. By default, the form method is get. Okay, so we'll see, does it make any difference if I say here get? We'll see that. I'll just enter, make sure 2 characters are there, and click on submit form. And there's no change. You can see the data. Earlier also we were able to see the data here. Now I'll just change it to post. Simple meaning is how the data should be submitted to the server. Okay, which method you want, get or post. Again, I'll add some data and click on submit form. And this time you can see here the data is not visible in the browser URL. Moreover, in the google.com, that is a problem, not with our coding. The google.com does not take any post request. Okay, so what to avoid this, what you can do, instead of sending to google.com, you can send to some your other HTML page, say welcome.html. You can transfer the request to the welcome.html. So instead of saying google.com, I can send the action to the welcome.html. So method post, the meaning is the data whatever user is entering, that won't be displayed in the browser. That is the difference between get and post. Okay, so post is more secured. So whenever you are asking the user to log in, give his credentials, username, password, we need to make sure the method is always post. By default, the method is get, which is not secured one, because whatever you enter, that will be displayed in the browser, right? Suppose here, like instead of age, I'll just make it password. Okay, I'm asking please enter your password, right? So first let me remove method as, instead of post, let us have get only. By default method is get, no need to mention explicitly. Okay, so I'll enter some name and password, suppose I'll enter, okay, it's read only. Let me remove this, disable. Okay, so I'll just enter some password, say HTML is my password, and I'll enter some name also. Click on submit form. Now, do I want my password to be displayed in the browser URL? No, the answer is obviously no. So how to avoid this? In that case, I have to make the method as post. I hope that makes sense. Okay, next is target, which is the assignment for you. You have to find out how the target attribute works. The simple answer is, when I click on submit button, you want to open in the same tab or a new window. Okay, as of now, when I click on submit button, the same tab gets changed. Now, do you want to open in a new tab or in the same tab or new window? That is what the target attribute does. You have to find out the different values for the target attribute. So this was all about the form elements and the form attributes.
First, we'll start our journey in HTML. Okay, so we'll go create a new file. I mean, there are many ways to do that. You can click on this icon, you can go to the file menu and choose a new file, and then, or you can also press the shortcut Control N to do something like that. So we'll go click on this icon as of now, and then it'll ask you what is the name of the file that you want to create. And in order to maintain the sequence of these topics, I'll call this as step 1 hello world .html. Notice that the extension .html is important. If you don't add this extension, the tools that we have installed may not be able to recognize this file and do the auto completion. So since many of you guys are totally beginning fresh, I would spend some time on most of these trivial coding practices, and that will help you scale up really fast. Now, first step is, let's say now you created an HTML file. What is the content? What do you have in HTML file? So usually you'll have an HTML tag, correct? You have an HTML tag, and inside that tag you have the head and the body tag. These are the two tags that you'll have. So if you want to technically understand, you know, um, the hierarchy here, HTML contains head and the body. Head happens to be the first child of the HTML tag, and body happens to be the second child of the HTML tag. So we have the HTML tag, and inside that HTML tag we have the head and the body. Head is where all the processing information for the body tag will be stored. I mean, we can specify how our body tag should appear, or how it should be styled, how can I access it, and all of that will be in the header tag. And the body tag is what the user actually sees and interacts with. Okay, so all invisible elements are put here, all visible elements are put here. In other words, the script tags, the CSS declaration for the content will be declared in the head tag. Basically, the processing information will be stored in the head tag. And we can add some configuration instructions inside this head tag as how this document should be treated and things like that. Okay, so now typing this every exercise would become a pain. So we installed emit, correct? And with that emit, we can specify HTML:5, and this will give us the abbreviation for this code. And if you notice, we have all the standards maintained. The doc type declaration is added. Now, why is this line required? Because Vijay, you told that HTML tag should be the root. Yes, of course. But see, before this HTML tag can be understood by the browser, there are many ways to interpret this HTML tag. In fact, we have come a long way since the very first inception of HTML happened. Okay, so HTML also has a lot of versions. The one that we are working is HTML 5.01. And that's a pain. I mean, it's so much that you have to remember. Maybe it is small, but trust me, when you have to know about this in different flavors, it becomes really a pain. But that was shortened. HTML5 doc type is just doc type HTML. And again, the doc type declaration here can also be lowercase, uppercase. Browser is smart enough. Earlier, those days, people used dial-up connections, and browsers were very slow. Now browsers are fast. They can interpret things really fast. So we'll go with the modern approach, HTML5. And the very first line here, the HTML tag, has a lang attribute set to English. Why is this a requirement? Because see, there are a lot of screen readers who would come to your application. People who are visually challenged, people who are trying to interpret the content of this page, they all will come and try to understand your document. And they have to be told that the language that I'm using in this page is English. So we are specifying lang as en here. So the screen reader which comes to this page will immediately switch to an English language and start reading the content, so that the person who is using that application can hear the content. Okay, people who are visually challenged use a software called JAWS, and that can read English, Latin, Spanish, Russian, Japanese, Chinese, Arabic, and things like that. So which language should they be using to read the content? So you are telling in the very beginning that you should be using English. Okay, and then every keystroke, see, I'm using an English US standard keyboard. Many people out there would be using a Chinese keyboard, an Arabic keyboard, to add on to the complexity. It created different keyboards for different countries and their language preferences, and each keystroke generate an ASCII value. That way, if I prepare a page and send it to you, and if you suppose are using an Arabic keyboard, the ASCII values will be completely different, and your page the page that is displayed on your screen will be completely different, because I have used English keyboard. Alphabet A on my key would be completely different on your device as well. So in order to bring that uniformity, in order to bring that synergy between different keyboard users, we'll have to specify what kind of key strokes will be generated when I press a key using this UTF-8. This is also allowed. And then I press tab and it will generate the content along with the tag. This is happening because we had installed this tool called Mithril Emit. Okay, so that generates the HTML code for us. So now I'm done with this, I want to display this in the browser. How do I display this? I want to look at the output that's being generated out of this file. So what you can do is step number one, go to this folder where your workspace was generated. So this file which is generated here, you can either double click this. In my case, it is configured that Firefox will open this file. Why? Because Firefox is the default browser on my machine. Optionally, you can also right click and open with. Notice, there is this command open with, and you can use a browser that matches your flavor. I can use Firefox, Chrome, older Explorer, and a new Microsoft Edge, and things like that. So if I prefer to work with Google Chrome, which I do in, for the rest of this workshop, let's just use Google Chrome. So if press on this, you'll get Google Chrome opening this file. If you notice, it is on the C drive php-dev step 1 dash hello world.html. Easy. Now, instead of doing this, I told you that there is a shortcut. You can now right click this document and choose open in default browser or other browser. Now, these two menu options are available because we installed this extension open in browser, this one. Okay, so this will allow this menu, or else it won't be available with Visual Studio Code. So if I now click on other browser and from the drop down select Chrome. If you have installed Chrome, okay, don't expect if you don't have Chrome, if you click on it, it'll magically open in Chrome. No, it won't. Chrome should be installed on your machine and then you can select Chrome. So notice, this also opened the same file. See, this also opened the same file. So HTML5 has introduced some new things into the starting. So what is HTML5? It is a standard of writing HTML content so that your web browsers and mobile devices which are having web browsers can interpret these elements and render them appropriately. The question is, why do you really need it? Because HTML has evolved over a period of time. I mean, fortunately, you guys have entered into this domain when most of the things have settled down and there is some concrete route forward. But I started working with HTML around 2000, and there's not much of clarity as to um, what technology will be using. I mean, many people were working on frame sets, and frame sets don't work in browsers. Okay. So HTML was actually controlled by an organization called W3C, Worldwide Consortium, for a long time. And as of now, it is doing its job, but there is one more organization which has got into the standardization of this technology, which is called the WhatWig organization. The purpose of WhatWig organization is to collate inputs from users, like even you and me can suggest what are the features that we are expecting in the next version of HTML, and WhatWig will work on it, provide that to the W3C consortium, make sure that it is standardized and it is implemented in all the browsers so that you can look at your technology rendered in the browser. Okay, so WhatWig stands for Web Hypertext Application Technology Working Group. The company actually was started as a rebel company, which was an offshoot of a debate that people had. some years back, around 2009, I guess, many people started wondering whether is this HTML that we are working, is it going to be used in future as well. So the debate went to an extent where they wanted to thrash HTML and replace everything with XHTML 2.0, and browser manufacturers sitting in that workshop did not like the way it's been projected. So they came out and they started their own technology, and they said, okay, we will not follow what W3C is saying, we will follow our own technology, and they launched HTML5 9 months from there. The developers in that consortium were mainly from Apple, from Firefox, and from Opera. So if you think about major browsers, which are the major browsers that come to your head? Safari for Apple users, Mozilla, that is Firefox, Opera if you are using on a mobile device and tablets, predominantly it is Opera. And then we have Chrome. So all of these people joined in one side, and who's left out? IE, correct? Frankly, nobody cared about IE, because how many of you here use IE as your primary browser? Unless you are forced to, you would not, isn't it? Okay. The rest of the browsers manufacturers went one side, and they started working on this technology called HTML5, which is what we would be using now. Gave you the date as 2009. It is 2000, around 2005, which is when the XHTML 2.0 was actually announced. Okay, so HTML5 has some new advantages. As of now, they all are old now, because between 2005 and 2021, there has been like 15-16 years, right? So this technology has standardized over a period of time, but they had a lot of advantages, which I will reveal one by one. Not many developers even till date know about these. That's the point. Okay, so I've summarized that in a few points that could be easy for you to follow along. So you have the support for broken markups. Now if you have done any HTML programming, if you start an li tag, you need to end the li tag, right? But there is no need like that. In HTML5 it will work. So what do I mean by that is, if I go back to this page and I will use a UL tag, under the UL tag I'll have an li tag, and I don't have to actually close this tag. I'll say list item 1 and list item 2, 3 and 4, and expect this to work. Like this looks crazy. Why will this work? Well, let's go give this a try in our browser. Select Chrome. See, it works. And just to prove that there is no, yes, li means list item. So if I right click, there are no problems as well. Li means list item. Ideally, you should be closing these tags, but just the opening tags are supported because you are comfortably inside a UL tag, which is a grouping element for the li tags. So you have UL tags, and you also have something called as OL tags. What is OL? UL stands for unordered list. OL stands for ordered list. So if I come back, and you should see that I have got the ordered list this time, and the order is 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can also specify what is the order type that you would want to have. The type can be, we have one, but which is the default, which means to say the order type will be 1, 2, 3, 4, which is the default. You saw that. So the order would now be in ABCD. You can say no, Vijay, I want to display Roman numbers. So you see there are so many options. Okay, so I can say I, that means to say it's a Roman number. So if I now run this example, it will be in Roman numbers. So you can meet your match here. And frankly, this is not the end of the list. You can actually do use even custom list items. Actually, when we speak about CSS, I'll show you how you can customize these also the way you want. So this is for ordered list. And again, for an Unordered list, also you have some different types that we can use. The type here would be by default. Notice, here it would be, it is actually showing all the syntax that we have here, which is wrong. UL, not tab index, type. The type will have a value of a round, dot, and things like that. See, as of now, the type or the icon that you see here, this one is called a dot or a disk, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we can check this in the documentation. I don't use this often. It's not disk. Yes, you're right. But is that type disk? Can I use disk? That is, disk is default. We also have other alternates, right? So at any point, guys, when you are in doubt, okay, when you are in doubt, I recommend that you go to this website called developer.mozilla.org, okay, and I can look for unordered list. Okay, there is something called as list style, and something that we can assign here. This one, this is the official documentation, okay, and you can actually see what are the different attributes that you can go set. So notice this type has circle, disk, and square. The disk was the default. The fourth bullet also supports something called as triangle, for the type. Let's go check that out. I've never used all. The type is triangle. Oops, did it not copy? Triangle. Copy just to make sure that the words match. Let's now go to the browser and see if this is what I get. Where is my browser though? I think I've lost it. Let us now open another browser, Google Chrome. The triangle is not recognized by this browser, but I think this was another element that was added. Where is my, yeah, here. So we can use a circle if you want to, a square if you want to. I have seen all of these working, but triangle was something exciting, so I thought I'll try. But we can actually use CSS to modify these as well, the way we really want. So now you see it is actually become a square. It's very subtle. Okay, could be. I've not tried. Let me go try if it works in. Yeah, some of them may have a browser compatibility issue. Yeah, no, triangle does not work in Firefox as well. Okay, I don't know. Okay, so maybe you guys can try and explore. Did I make any typo mistake? No. So let us go check in Firefox. And I'm using the latest version of Firefox and it doesn't seem to work. Nevertheless, okay, so it's not important. Just understand that there are different types of types that you can go use for list items and ordered list and unordered list and things like that. So you can use, okay, and they have a working example right there in front of you. I don't think they have an example for triangle there, because maybe they were also not sure about it, so it's not displayed in here. Okay, so what we have learned is that there is something called as list that we can go create, and that can be of two types, ordered list and unordered list. Now what is more important here is you have opened the tag but you never bothered to close it, and that's supported in HTML5. It never used to be supported in HTML 4.01 or XHTML. XHTML, though, it was never supported because XHTML is what? XML version of HTML. Because it was XML, you had to close the tags. And now even badly nested tags would work. See, ideally, in the slide you can see B stands for bold. So anything that you put inside will become bold. And I stands for italics. Anything that you put inside that I tag will become italics. So if you think about it like that, I start a B tag, I put some content, I start an I tag and I put some content. Now ideally I had to end the I tag and then the B tag, correct? Because you need to properly nest them. Even if you improperly nest them, this will also work in the browser. Okay, so this is also supported. So just to prove that, what I will do is I will use the exact example that I've displayed here on the slide. There's a B tag. I will say this is bold, and I'll use another tag called I, and inside this I will say italics. And then now what I'll do, see, this is correctly nesting. So in this case, bold will be bold, italics text will be in italics, and outsider will still be in bold. Okay, if I go back to the browser, you can experience that. See, It's working, correct? Bold is in bold, outside is also in bold, italics is inside italics. Now, if I come back here and wrongly nest this, I would close the bold tag before and I would close the I tag later. So this is wrongly nesting, isn't it? I mean, you can easily find out. No, no, Vijay, this will not work. But in HTML5, this would work. See here, this word is bold because bold. This word italics will be in both bold and italics, and this will be just in italics. So the way it would work is between this and this tag, things will be bold, and between this and this tag, it will be italics, and this will be both bold and italics. You got it? And that would work in HTML tag. So sometimes if you don't pay attention to all such trivial things, you may have an undesired outcome. Is that clear? So pay attention to all these subtle changes that has happened, in HTML recently. Okay, but just confirm if this gave you the same output that you are seeing on my screen. Yes, got it. Good. So there are some new tags. If we change the tag, will these plugins change them accordingly? No, there is one tag that we can use. So there's one more plugin that we can use. If you change the starting tag, it'll change the corresponding ending tag. Okay, so maybe later on I'll show you how you can install it. Okay, but you can. That there are plugins for that. So if you basically select the first one, it'll select the last one as well. But see, it is not in this case. But there are techniques that we can use to do that. If I were you, I would select this and press Control D. Control D would select the next occurrence, and then I can change UL, and that will change in both of them. Okay. How do I get suggestions for type or any attributes? Okay, see, these are built into the Visual Studio Code. You will be able to get them, say, automatically. So if I don't have it, if I press Control space, I do get the drop down, correct? And see here, when I press Control space, I did not get any option. And it's then referring or suggesting me everything that I have in the content. So sometimes it is not all that great. Sometimes it is. Okay. So the idea here is you should know which one to accept and which one not to accept. I mean, just because this browser, this ID suggested, can I start with B tag and bold tag and all of this? No, it would be such a waste of time, right? So you should know which one is accepted. I mean, if you know about it, then this code hints, they all will make sense. If not, life will become a mess. I mean, you're like, what can I type this? What will happen? And then you go back to the browser and check, what is happening. Nothing is happening here. So you come back, or no, car set is nothing is happening, and then you can say, oh, let's say I do head there, and then see nothing, because the default type is a disk. Oopsie. The default type is what? A disk. The disk. That's the default. I mean, whether you use it or you don't use it, the default would be disk. You have other options like square and round and things like that, so that you can use. But you should know what are legitimately allowed, so you can identify them. Okay, so now moving forward, so there are some new tags that has been introduced, like canvas. We'll talk about canvas. We'll also do some practical exercises around them. There is this audio tag, this video tag. All of these are new tags, but since these are new tags, if the browser does not recognize, you can put some content in between the tag. Like for example, I have put the word fallback in the content, in as a content in between the canvas tag. The content fallback will then be displayed instead of the canvas tag. Okay, so that's a fallback option that most of the browsers support. So if you expect a new tag that was introduced, and if the tag is not recognized, the content inside the tag will definitely be recognized. So that way you can tell the user that, oh yeah, this tag is not seen on your browser, you should probably update. You can give him some default message. We'll be using Canvas moving forward. And then there is this widespread practices. Developers, have been using all of them since a long time. So if there is an orphan tag, now what is an orphan tag? A tag that cannot take any other elements inside, in between them. Those are called orphan tags. And inside this orphan tags, if there is an orphan tag, you don't have to close it. Just declaring the tag is good enough. And when we learn PHP, we can generate these tags via PHP. And then, it becomes very effective um, to understand your output if you know what these tags will do or how will it be performing outside. Okay. And there are many other utilities. HTML5 has actually added into the browser. In fact, there are different set of people or groups of developers who are contributing to this. This is an open source community. In fact, you can also join and start contributing in any which way that you can. Okay, because there's a lot of scope to work on all of these technologies, and a lot of people have started contributing to uh, creating this platform, making this platform better. So you have something called as mm, semantically declaring your application, which could be easy for the machine to interpret, and not only for machine, even for developers like us to find out, what is the structure of this application, which tag is more appropriate in this case. You can also make an application faster, even when it is not connected to the internet, by the usage of the offline API, local storage, IndexedDB. There would be something called as um, application cache internals, which is now removed for some security reasons, but we still can sniff and find out if the user is online or offline. But earlier we had the ability to give some alternate content. Let's say now if the user is disconnected, I can give him a different page altogether. So that those features are down for some maintenance. When they come back, we can probably explore them. But as of now, we can just find out if the device is online or offline. And when the device is offline, we can ask the user to read the data locally, which is stored in something called as local storage. And local storage has few more flavors. You have session storage, local storage, web storage, and things like that. We will get to the details in the next classes. You also have the ability to store a database on the user's machine. But now there is a challenge with this. Firefox, Safari is supporting IndexedDB, and it is also supporting something called as WebSQL. But other browsers have a lot of conflicts with that. Opera is saying we'll only support IndexedDB. IE doesn't want to support any of them, but new version supports both IndexedDB and WebSQL. So the road is a little rough. There is browsers are still contemplating on which technology would be more appropriate. So as and when things become more mature, we will be able to use the database that will be available on the browser. See, even as of now, IndexedDB is available, but the support across different browsers are limited. Okay, so we can safely rely on local storage because that's available on most of the browsers, which is what we'll focus in this workshop. But I told you that it is not supported on all the browsers yet. So if you build an application which is relying on IndexedDB, don't expect it to work on all the browsers, because not all the browsers have implemented it. See, you should understand that these browsers are manufactured by a different team of developers who are working on different core technologies. So not all the technologies support all the features, correct? So there would be some rough patches in between. And you also can access the device and its abilities, like geolocation, where the user at this point in time, the orientation API, the accelerometer. I mean, how the device is oriented. Is it tilted to the right? Is it tilted to the left? And is it tilted to the top and bottom? You also have pedometers installed in some of these devices, where we can also find out, track the user when he is moving and things like that. You also have something called as get user media, which allows you to access the camera and the microphone. Again, on this get user media is available only in few browsers, like Chrome supports it. That is why I was recommending that let's all use Chrome to a larger extent, because that supports most of the features that we'll be discussing in this workshop. Okay, so you have some better server connectivity with these APIs. We'll be communicating with WebSockets in this workshop. So let's see how it goes. I can show you how you create WebSockets and communicate, because many applications are nowadays relying on these technologies. You also have a plugin free environment where people can listen to audio, video, play video without even having a plugin on their machine. Earlier, there was a demand to have a plugin, but nowadays you don't.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And you can create some uh, uh, content which creates a good impact on the user by using these technologies like SVG, stands for Scalable Vector Graphics, Canvas, WebGL, and some CSS 3D and things like that. Unfortunately, we will not be able to spend much time on these, because that is not something that we are here to learn. Correct? But these are very interesting to know. I'll show you some resources that you can start using. But each one of them has its own domain. Say, for example, SVG can be used for creating dashboard applications. Like you would want to interpret huge data. Okay, you can't simply prepare tables to display. So that's where SVG and Canvas comes into play. And WebGL takes advantage of the graphics acceleration that the user may have, like graphic card. They will be able to take advantage of it. I mean, the program will be able to take advantage of it and deliver really rich content. I'll show you some applications that have been built, and moving forward, you should also be capable of doing that. Okay. And we can improve the performance of an application by splitting your main JavaScript thread into multi-threads. You should all know that JavaScript runs in a single thread. Now, how do we create pseudo threads in them? That's how the web workers comes into play. And the new version of the HTTP that we have, that is, the way to communicate from a browser to a server, has also been enhanced. There is this HTTP version 2 and XML HTTP version 2. XML HTTP version 2 is a client-side resource that the browser is capable of making a request. Okay, so that gives you a big performance boost when you start using these technologies. Frankly, there are lots that has been added. Okay, so let's header course up. Code is pretty easy to follow along. So I told you earlier we had to use HTML for semantics, the tags. The doc type declaration would be a pretty lengthy long one. And we had three different types: strict, transitional, and frame set. Maybe someone may ask you in an interview, that is all. But practically these are obsolete now. Nobody would even be using them. But for you to understand, when I say strict, it simply means that I am strictly following whatever W3C has told. Okay. So whatever W3C has laid out as standards, I'm following it in my application. If that is so, I would use a strict doc type. If I'm somewhat following it, and sometimes I'm not following what W3C says. Say for example, B and I that we used in the previous exercise. B is for bold and I is for italics. Actually, these are styling components, right? They were actually supposed to be written in a different file called CSS, and that would be applied onto your application. So the recommendation from the W3C consortium is any styling tags will have to be written in CSS, not in HTML. So those rules, if you are breaking them, if you are using B tag and I tag in your document, that means to say you are violating some of these rules, correct? So then you have to specify in the doc type that use transitional. If not, the browser should start showing errors. Okay. And later on, we had the ability to have a web page inside another web page using something called as frame sets. So if you don't tell the browser that this application has many HTML pages in one, it would just render the outermost frame. The frames that are inside would be simply ignored because the browser made a request and the server sent one HTML file, so browser rendered it. The server then sent another HTML file. The browser doesn't know what to do with it, so it would ignore it. Okay. So in order to tell the browser that, hey, this web page is made out of several HTML pages, so wait, I'm supposed to send you more so that you can start rendering. So you had to tell the browser that doc type would be frame set. In the bottom, you can see the doc type is HTML, and this is for HTML4, that is 4.01 also, and the doc type would be given to us by the W3C. W3C is that worldwide consortium thing, and the doc type declaration is HTML 4.01 and transitional English language. And if you want to read more about it, you go to this website w3.org/tr, that is transitional, and html4/loose.ddt. Loose simply means to say it is transitional. It is loosely typed language. I mean, loosely typed or loosely following whatever the implementation is. You also had strict and frame set DDTs. So you saw this. There's a lot of things that people used to do. Now that is replaced with something called as this. Don't you feel that this is so easy? At least now I can relax. I don't have to remember all of that. Okay. So moving forward, we will have to simply use this doc type. So that's the new header text. We discussed about this, but I thought I will take you to the nitty-gritties of it. And we also had this namespace declaration that is now removed. You just have to use HTML. But to give your application a better feel, it's a good idea that we specify language. We spoke about this as well because it can help the screen readers to start reading or interpreting this page in English. And we can also specify what kind of ASCII values, or now what is the character code that we have used to generate this application using meta character set. But that tag was also quite a lengthy long one. HTTP equivalent would be content type, content equals text/HTML. So basically you're telling what kind of content it is. When we create some server interaction, we will again have to do this, because from the server side, we can send HTML files, we can send text files, we can send JSON files, we can send XML files, we can send whole lot of things, right? So we'll have to educate browser as to how things should be treated. So we'll have to specify this on the server side. As of now, the HTML page does not have to carry this information. It simply will have to confirm what kind of Unicode is being used in our page. So you see the ones that are in black is what we should be using moving forward. And in order to add scripts, JavaScripts in your document and add styles in your document, the old way was script type equals text/JavaScript. This is the MIME type that we have to tell the browser. But since there is only one language, should that not be understood by the browser? There's only one that we can send. There can't be many. Earlier there were many languages that were used on the client side. You also had the ability to render VB code on the browser, C++ for a brief amount of time. So that is all removed now. You only can use JavaScript on the client side. So you don't have to even specify that you are writing JavaScript. Similarly, CSS could also be written in JavaScript earlier. So there was a conflict. Well, should I be using CSS in JavaScript, or should I be using a file by name CSS? So now that conflict is also resolved. We'll still be using just CSS on the client side. Okay. If you are working with external CSS file, then you will have to specify what is the relationship, because a document can take more than one CSS file. So these are some header tags. So what is semantics? See, earlier we used to use this tag called div. Basically, div is a division element. You can create a division of content using this div tags. The purpose of this tag is to group similar kind of tags. Let's say now there are about 3 paragraphs. I want to group them. How will you group them? You wrap them into a div tag. Okay. So if you keep wrapping your content in div tags, it would create a mess of many div tags, and you would not even know for what these div tags are used. So I think we'll go create a problem, and then you'll understand the solution and you'll appreciate the solution. I'll now go create a new file, which I recommend you all do. This is going to be called as step2 semantics.html, and we'll use our HTML:5 snippet. So let's say here in this application, we'll go create header, some footer, and I mean that is heading and then footer content, and then we'll create some 2 or 3 paragraphs to display on the page. Okay, and I'm using divs to do all of them. So this div will be to create some headings. So I'll use an h1 tag. Welcome to my application. So this is the heading. Okay, and let us say I also want to do some navigation in my document. I'll use a UL tag, and inside the UL I'll use some LIs, and this LI tag would be nested in a anchor tag. A anchor tag will have an href, that is a location where it should take the user when the user clicks on this button. I'll have about 5 of them. I'll give each one of them a number. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and this is 5. So this is for navigation. And then the main part of the application comes into play. So I'm using a div tag, and inside the div tag, I want to wrap some content. Now, how do I put some content? I'll use a div tag. I'll put some content. Lorem ipsum is some placeholder dummy text. I would want to have about 3 of them, 4 of them. Who cares, right? I mean, 3, 4 is fine. And then finally, I have a footer. Footer will also have a div tag, and inside the div tag, I would put some ampersand copy and say copyrights. Copyrights reserved by my application. A is for an anchor tag. Basically, it will create a link from this page to an external file. Okay. So now if I run this page in the browser, this is how my application looks. Not all that elegant, but yeah, somewhere we can start, right? So for all you who are waiting, I will give this file, this page. I doubt, if it would be accommodated by the, no, it does not take it. It does not take it. So what I'll do, guys, is I'll put it onto a page that you can access. This website called Pastebin. Give me a minute. I'll create a login. I'll give you access to these files. I'll paste this entire page. So all you need to do is click, copy paste that link in the browser, and when the application shows you like this, click on the raw and you'll be able to copy the content. So HTML5 has introduced some new semantics. These are new names for a div tag. What is it? It's a name for a div tag. That's it. So it doesn't do anything apart from that. Instead of using div tag, you can use these now. That is all. It will also group. But the question is, when do I use each one of them? There is a specific requirement for each one of them. See, nobody will hold you by these rules if you don't follow them. Okay, if you miss one of them, it's okay. But if you are if you want to create an application which is semantically structured, it's a requirement that you follow all of these rules. So what we have here is header. Now, what do you think a header will do? It will come on top of the page. Sometimes it can also come on top of some content, correct? That is where the heading comes. So the easiest way to think about all of this is to relate this to a newspaper. I'm sure all of you have seen a newspaper, right? All of you have seen a newspaper, right? Yeah, so you'll have a heading. Now, what will the heading say? Some very important content that you would want to display. And then you have a footer. Where will the footer come? Somewhere in the bottom. Header and footer is something that you can easily understand. Now, if you have many headings, you can group them in one H group. There would be scenarios like this. Like, for example, a company name is heading. Company will also have some taglines, which is also a heading. So you have a requirement to group them. How do you group them? You group them under something called as an H group tag. Easy? Is that simple? Header is on the top of the document or top of the content. Footer is in the bottom of the document. H group is to group all the heading tags. There is this tag called a nav. Whenever there is a navigation that is happening from one page to another page, you can use the nav tag to navigate from one document to another document. Easy and simple. And now you have something called as a main tag. The main tag responsibility is to group the main content of your application. I'll show you this pictorially, that becomes easy for you to understand. Now, what is the main tag? Something that excludes the navigation and the header and the footer. That's the main content. Then you have several sections. So in the newspaper, you have several sections, right? The sports section, the finance section, the entertainment section, and each section will have a lot of articles written in it, correct? Under the sports section, you'll have a lot of articles. Under the economy section, there will be a lot of articles. Under political section, there will be a lot of articles, correct? So now you understand what is section and what is an article. Section is a group of articles put together. Is that easy to get? Okay, so now we are clear with header, H group, nav, main, section, and article. Now you also have something called as a aside. Anything that is not directly related with your with the content that we are discussing can be put aside, so that you can give a reference. I mean, if you open the Wikipedia page, you will see that there is a lot of references that are actually being given. If I go to Wikipedia, not only Wikipedia, I'm using Wikipedia as a reference, but you could also use, let us say, no, I'm looking for some, this one. See, if you click on this, you do have this main content, okay? But you also have some references. Sometimes, it may come in the bottom. See, these are all references, correct? These are references that we have, notes and references. Sometimes these come in the right side or the left side as well, somewhere in the right side or the left side as well. See, on the left side, we also have some navigation, which are not directly connected with the content that we're talking about. Okay, anything that may not be directly connected to your document, but that is like an also information, read more information, they come in the aside tag. Usually these aside will be either on the right side or on the left side or somewhere in the bottom as well. Aside would be something on the left side or the right side. I mean, that's the general convention that many people have, but you can also put it in the bottom. Nobody will come and question, oh, why are you putting it aside? That's because this is an aside tag. I put it in the bottom because I don't want this to clutter the main flow of the content. So that's an aside tag. Okay, href is just denoting the link. Nav tag is used to actually do the or group all those tags that has href in it. Okay, so I was asked what is the difference between nav tag and href. See, href is an attribute of an anchor tag. So you go back here. See, there is an anchor tag, correct? Anchor tag is an attribute. What is an attribute? It is a property of a tag, correct? So you write it inside the tag. That's an attribute. That is href. And you group such tags together under one nav tag. Yes. Nav tag indicates that there are many links inside this page which can take you to different pages. Now, earlier we used to, when we had a requirement to ask user to submit some information, if you had, we could gather information of the user using text input. So the user can enter some text, correct? But what if the user had to specify his favorite color to us? I mean, not a favorite color, like, he would want to share and tell us that this is the color that he would want to use on his application, correct? So, and if he is allowed to type some color, he may make a mistake as well, right? Instead of red, he may say read. That would be an irrelevant information for us. Instead of black, he may say block. I mean, maybe, while typing, he made a mistake. Okay. So that would be an inappropriate data for us. Now, how do we protect? That was one requirement. So validation, that is, you validate the input before the user can type. So you have some new inputs that are available here. Not only just color I'm talking about. Let us say the user will have to select a range of values. So now you have some new inputs. I recommend that you start using them if you have to build some application moving forward. So we can search, we can use the search, color, range, time, date, date and week and month and number, email, telephone number, URL. So these are some inputs. You see, there are tons of them, right? Not tons of them, lots of them, right? Okay. So you have at least about 10, 12 of them easily there. Correct. And then you also have some outputs. These are inputs and these are some outputs. So if you just put some space around them, these are outputs. Inputs where the user provides an input. Outputs is where we as developer give display some data onto the user's machine. So these are inputs, these are outputs. Okay. Let us now see how each one of them can be created. So what I'll do is I will create a template to add these different types of inputs, and then I will add each one of them. And not only that, I will also show as a developer how you can extract the values of these. Okay. Let's go create another example here. This is going to be called as step 3 input API .html. API stands for application programming interface. HTML:5, and I will now go use a table, and inside the table I'll use the head. The head stands for table header, and then we'll also have table body. We'll talk about that moving forward. We have table head and table body. I'll use an HR tag. HR is for horizontal table row, and inside the table row I'll use a TH tag. The first one will say the type or the name, input name. This is the first one, and inside this T body we'll use a TR tag. TR is for again table row, and this time we'll have a TD tag. TD is for table data, and we'll put some empty placeholder as of now so that it is balanced. Okay, so ampersand NBSP semicolon. This is non-breaking space. So now if I go back and run this in the browser in Chrome, you should get to see this. I mean, I can probably put text here, that way you'll actually see text here. I will not only want to type the name, but I want to show you how it is rendered. How it is rendered by the browser. So here I will show you how you can use a text input type text. I'll go to this table and add a border, because without this border we won't be able to distinguish how it is working. Correct. Let's say 0.1. All would be the same. I don't think it would make such a big difference though. No, I can only, I think the minimum is just 1. You can't use. There is a property called padding. I'll give about 10. I don't know if this would work. I think it's called table padding. Nevertheless, I think border would be good enough. Just you'll note this down, and we'll keep using this. There's one more that I want to add. the value that is entered. Value entered, and we'll need one TD tag for that as well. And this TD tag will have a span tag. What is a span tag now? Like the way div tags can be used to group elements, like you want to group paragraphs into one, you can create group articles into one div, sections into one div. You can use span to group inline elements. Now what is an inline element? See, this text that I have written here is an inline element. The value entered here is an inline element. Out of them I want to just select this entered. Okay, how do I do that? Let's say now we have this text called value is, let us say this is a placeholder. I want to select only this text placeholder and then change its appearance. I want to select only this. How do I do that? That is where you use a span tag to select it. But as of now we don't know what to do with that. So maybe if I were to show you, I'll use a style block. We'll be doing this, all of this shortly. So if there is a span tag, I want you to select it and apply a background color of yellow. Let us say, so run this example and it should apply. So I'm selecting only this text. That is why the span is used. What is the use of a table? Okay, so that you can structure your document into rows and columns. Okay, so let's say for example you want to write a table of some products, a list of some products. So there is a requirement, right? You will have to display them in rows and columns. That is why I use tables. Okay, here in this example we'll go create these many inputs. I'll show you how you can I will show you how you can create a input type search, and so we'll all do that together. Okay, this tr tag, paste it again, change this to search. The input type will be changed to search, and maybe here I will say search, and maybe I'll type text. So that becomes more appropriate. If I go back and refresh, the text value is placeholder, search value is placeholder. Now both look the same, right? They both look the same. What is the difference between these? So you can write some text, no doubt. You can write some text, but hey, what? There is a X mark here, which tells you that you can click on this to get rid of the text. That doesn't come with text. It comes with search, because you can change the search term as you want. You see there is a difference now, right? They're not the same. Just because you said the input type is search, it'll then become search. Now let us clone this. I will now add color. So we have search, color, range, time, date, time, week, month, and number. See, some of these are not standardized yet. I think I've removed it. It was called datetime locale. I think I've removed it. But again, not all the browsers have the standard support for this. Something that you need to keep in mind. So let us go create all of these: color, range, time, date, time, week, month, and number. Okay, here this would be color, and this type here would be color, and the color value is here. Let's clone this. Color, we have range, the type input would be range, the range value is here. This is range value. You see there is a new input type now. I can select color, I can select a range. These are new, and then we can use time, date time, and date. Go back here, we have time. So this allows the user to select a time. See, I can select the time now is 12:28 p.m. Select it over. Yeah, and you also have date and date time together. So you may want to select the date and date time. I think I'll complete all of them. This would be date and time, date time. So you see the date time doesn't work, but you have something called as date time locale. That is recognized by some of the browsers. See, date time locale is supported. Date time is not. It's something that you need to keep in mind. Date time local, because see, what do you mean by date time? it is the local date time, right? The user is selecting his date and time. So earlier we had the ability to read the date time on the server side. So that is now deprecated. So you have that is being now replaced with date time local. Then we have week, month, and number. So that should be easy for us to complete. Why we typed local 2 in date time? See here, when you use the date time local, which means to say the local system dates and time are picked. On your machine, it will be your local date and time. On my machine, my local date and time. Correct? So when we are interacting with the application, you can specify what is your local date and time and specify on the server side. When as a developer, we can read it on the server side. Okay, so now we have email, tell, and URL as well. So let's go create that also. Email, tell is for telephone number. Copy paste it, and URL. There you go. So you have all of them on the screen.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
And if you notice, number has a new stepper. Email does not have anything. It can take any content. URL can also take any content. They don't change much. You agree? They don't differ much, but there is a significant difference between all of them. So this is what we have. Okay. But now if you display it on a device, mobile device that is, see this is the standard the standard keyboard for a text input if the input is text. But if the input is email, notice the space bar accommodates an @ and a dot there. Correct? Have you ever tried that? When you're typing email on your mobile phone, your space bar also has @ and dot. It happens even on an Android phone and an iPhone, both. And if you are using URL, again the keyboard layout will change. The space bar will accommodate / and .com to help the user type the URL really quick. And when the user uses number, then the keyboard will only show him the number. And when the user sees telephone number there, the keyboard will only accept telephone numbers. But see, we as developers who are using a keyboard don't expect that keyboard to change. That will not, right? So only the soft keyboards, the software keyboards, have the ability to change and accommodate the user inputs. So this is an advantage that you get. But users who are interacting with their application again are free to type whatever they want. But if you have forced it to enter a number, then the number keypad is automatically enabled. But the user can click on this ABC button and then switch back to entering some text. He can do that. And when the user is interacting with the input type telephone, he can enter a telephone number along with some special characters like pound and hash and plus and plus whatever. So they can use all of these special characters in the phone number. So now as a developer, we have created this application. The user has got this. Now the user will, let us say, change some value. Let us say we'll type some value. Hello there. I want to, as a developer, I want to read this value. How do I read this is the question. How do I read it and probably put that here? So if I have to put it here, I know I have to read it as well, isn't it? So let us go ahead and write some logic now. Okay, this is where we get into some basic JavaScript. Easy. I will write a JavaScript here. So you use a script block and write JavaScript there. Okay, we will go write a function that can be called. I'll call this as get value. This get value, the first parameter would be, let us say I will call this as input, and the second one will be called as an output. So we have an input and then we have an output. So what do I want to do with these two is I will use this input to look for an element that is giving me the value, and I'll use this output to assign the value from the input. You get it? So here I will go and say document dot get element by id output dot inner html equals input document, maybe I'll say input dot value. For now, we'll have to somehow make the boat sail, right? So what am I trying to do here is I will take the value from the output and I'll assign it to the input. So now coming back to this example, let's just check if this is working. So on this input, I will listen to an event called on change. And when on change happens, I'll call this get value function. Now this get value when I'm calling is supposed to get two parameters. The first parameter I would say is this. The second parameter would be the ID of the span tag. So the span tag will have an ID attribute. ID is like a unique identification for this tag. It should be unique across the document. So if you use one ID here, you can't use the same ID again. I mean, if you use it, doesn't mean that your browser will get angry on you. No. As a developer, it is not a good practice to use the same ID in multiple places, because ID is meant to be unique. I mean, if you have many IDs in your document, then your document will simply start ignoring the remaining IDs as long as it has got the first matched element. So that will work against you. So watch. So this, I'll call this as text IP. IP is for input. So this value is something that I will pass here like this. This name I've passed here. So this becomes the output. This is where I'm trying to display, correct? And the input is this. We'll understand the keyword this in a greater detail moving forward. Okay, so if I now refresh and if I type something, hello there, and I come out of this, see the text is now transferred here from here to here. So what am I trying to do here is I will read the value from this input and I'll assign it as an inner HTML for the output. Okay, cool. Let's go to the next step, guys. So we can, the way I have written this function, it can accommodate any value. In fact, I can now take the same program. I suggest you can do that. We'll have to just assign an ID to the span tag, which will be, starting with this search and end with IP. Okay, so this would be color IP, so on and so forth. So let us go ahead and do that. Here, the span will get an ID, search IP, search IP. So I got search and IP there. And on this input, we'll go use that on change event and we'll say get value and we'll pass the keyword this, and then in quotes, I'll pass search IP. Easy. So if I now go back, refresh, if I type something in the search, if I say football is here. If I go back, cricket would be displayed here. Easy. So you can now try with all of these. Like for example, go to the span tag and assign an ID as color IP. And I go to this input and type on change get value and pass the keyword this, and in quotes I pass color IP. That would also display the color now. So if I click on this and select some color, okay, select the color. You can also use this color picker to pick any color from the document. So if I come out of it, it gives me the hex value of the color. Okay, frankly, I can use this to do something. So I can now work with all of them. Cricket, using it as an example. Hello there, and it. Okay, so here I can select this range and then I can get the value here. So in order to do that, go to the span, and I'll use an ID and say range IP. Frankly, I can copy this. So this would be a range IP. So go back, refresh. So when I'm changing, see, I'm able to get. And what we understand of this range is the minimum is 0 and the maximum is 100. And we can set any value in between. Easy. Similarly, we'll go ahead and add this on all of these inputs. Input on change. This would be time IP. And this would have an ID called time IP. This is date IP. This will have an ID as date time IP. It should have been date time dash local, but in JavaScript we can't use the minus symbol because this would be treated as minus. Okay, so I'm escaping that. I'm just using date time here, and this is sorry, date time IP. I forgot that, date time IP, and that should work. So this and this should match, isn't it? So now let's go ahead, and this would be a week. Save, go back and relaunch. Everything should work now. So if you select a date and time, that would be applied. You can select, that would be applied, and you not only select the date, but you can also select the time, that would be applied. And we can select a week. It tells you the week of the year that's taken. We can select the month that's taken. We can also change the number. There is a problem, month and number, the conflict. Let's say month and number. Yeah, so this should be month and this should be number IP, correct? Copy paste problem. So month and number, that is fixed. I don't think anything else has that problem. Let's go back, check, refresh. I can select the week. I can select the month, working. I can select the number, that's working, and add an email. I'm putting my email address, that should accept. Telephone number, some number, that works. I can put the URL http:// www.google.com. That should work. Okay, so you saw how you can use these inputs, and you saw how you can extract the values. Moving forward, we'll have a lot of business doing this because most of the PHP would be related with forms. We'll be using users inputs and validate them. Okay, so we created this example where we have this header and h group and h1 h2 and all of this, correct? So I thought I'll just add one more idea to you. So here we will apply some basic styling. Here I would want to make this look like a decent web page. Now how do I make it? So as of now, this looks like this. Doesn't look like a page. It doesn't look like a web page, right? How do I make it look like a web page? So there is a library called Bootstrap that we can use. Getbootstrap.com is the website. I'll walk you through this. You can use this CSS sheet. So we can use this. It's available. You can simply attach to your application. Notice there is a CSS library here. You can attach this to your document and your document immediately starts becoming better. See, I'll just copy this and I paste it here. You don't have to do this because we are not going to do this either. I'm just showing you. See, if I now refresh, see, your document immediately changes, right? And you can then start attaching all the different features that Bootstrap does offer. You don't need an in-depth workshop on this. It is like this. You learn a small part of it, and then you get comfortable with it, and then you extend your learning and so on and so forth. So if you want to create a navigation, that is, if you want to create a navigation out of this, it's as easy as working with Bootstrap here. So there is a nav or nav tabs that you can click. And if you notice, they are generating from the UL, LI anchor tags, from the UL, LI and anchor tags that we have here. We do have UL, LI and anchor tags. So that is all that is required. So if you add this class nav, I'm just doing this. If you want, you can also do this. But we will have an exclusive class on this as well. So I can attach this class here. So you're basically adding a class attribute with a value nav attached to it. Easy. And for this li tags, we need to add this tag nav item. Copy this, and where all we have this li tag here, 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 and here. So you paste this. So, and by just this, you should get your application look like this. See? Pretty easy, isn't it, guys? So this is how it is actually looking. If you want to add more styles, you can actually look for other style behaviors. So not only adding nav, but if you say justify content, you'll be able to make this in the center. See, this is now in the center. If you want that to look like a bubbles, you can. There's one more style that we can add onto it, like this nav pills. So this will make it look like nav pills. I mean, you can stack all these classes onto your element. That's what I'm trying to say. See, it's pretty easy. Now you can also say, Vijay, I want to add on to a very specific element, not onto all of them. Of course we can. See, as of now, we have made all of them active. That was a mistake. Not all of them are active, right? At any given point of time, not all the links should be active. So if I now go back, not all of them are active. You can actually click on in each one of them, and it is trying to navigate. As of now, we have not created these links, but when we create these links, you will actually see them changing from one to another, exactly like this. Now, this is one of the CSS in frameworks that we have. We have others as well. So you can also use something called as foundation. It is by a company called Zerb. This library is used by Facebook. Okay. So if you can click on download foundation, so of course, this downloads as a zip file. We still can click on getting started. There used to be a CSS file for download for link. So the idea here is, you can also use this library. I'll show you how you can use this as well. It's pretty easy. Okay, so they have removed. There are some case studies. There are some resources. So you can probably click on one of these applications that has been developed using foundation. Okay. So you definitely have a lot of help, and if you want to create something from start, which already has some amount of content for you in place, you can click on this. This will create a news magazine theme, and the CSS is already loaded for you. Okay, so you can use them. But what am I trying to say here is there are many libraries that are out there that can help us. It's not that you have to write everything from scratch like the way we did. Okay, but however, it always pays if you know what exactly these libraries are doing implicitly. So I'll go ahead and delete them. Okay, I'll go ahead and delete them. See, because this workshop is all about creating everything from scratch. That way you will know exactly why this line exists. However, once you understand how these libraries are functioning, you can go ahead and start using them. You don't have to write everything. But why would you need to know all of the syntax? Because it's usually that you don't want to use somebody else's library as it is. And if you have to make some customizations, you know exactly where to make such changes. So you come down here and let's say I would want to make it look like maybe something like this. Okay, but not the nav part. It is possible, we can do it, but just that it will take more time. So we'll just stick to some basics. So as of now, this is looking like this. This is the same document that you also should have, correct? So now I'll go ahead and write some styles from the scratch. Now I want to make a selection onto this header. I want to select this header. How do I select this header? Header is the name of the tag, correct? So I can directly use that header like this. And using these curly brace, I am assigning a style property to this. In fact, this is called a style declaration block. A declaration block. So why? Because there can be many declarations in it, assigning many properties and values to them. So this is a declaration block. So this is a selector. This header is a selector. This is a declaration block. Inside the declaration block, you specify the property that you would want to select. Let us say I want to assign a background color. Background color is a property. Now, what is the value that you would want to assign? Let us say I want to assign some teal color. So if I run this example, the header will be in that color. Not a favorite color of mine, but nevertheless, if just to illustrate, okay, you can choose different colors. If you're working with Visual Studio Code, you get to see even colors here. It's quite a useful feature. So I can select the dark slate gray onto this header. So it's working, but the text here has become black. So we would want to change that. So I'll say the color property. Now background color is for the background. Color is usually for the text. So I'll select some floral white color for the text. There you go. And I want to apply some basic padding to this. Don't bother about this. I will again come back to you and explain padding exclusively, but padding is easy. It's just that you have some extra space around this element. So you basically add some padding to this element. See, you got some padding there. And if you don't like the font, we can change the font. I'll simply say the font family would be Trebuchet MS. Save, run this example. See, it's looking nice. I mean, at least compared to what we had before, this is better. And I would usually want the same font and everything for the footer as well, for the footer element here. There is the footer element. So I've selected footer. This is footer. So you've got the header and footer. Since I'm applying the same font and same style and same declaration, should I repeat myself is the question. You don't have to. You can simply comma separate, add another tag right there. So this style declaration that we have will be assigned to both header and footer. Easy. It looks the same. So I've applied some basic style declaration block, which contains several declarations, and each declaration is made out of a property and a value. And I've applied it onto this element here. And I can apply the style for nav. We will do that in the CSS workshop. For now, it's okay. I'll just leave this part aside. And I would want to take this section, and I want each section to have a different color. So how do I do that? I can take this section. I want to apply a background color. I will apply a background color, but definitely not a slate gray color. I want something more maybe subtle, dark cyan. I don't know if this would make sense. Let's go try that out. Okay. And so I will also want to add padding onto that. Send 10 pixel. There's a padding. And we would also want, these sections to be apart from each other. I don't want them to be um, touching each other. And usually you would want to add a header for the section. I mean, if you go back to the documentation, whenever you're working with a section would usually have a heading, right? Or else how will you distinguish it? Say, I was talking about the newspaper analogy. How will you know that this is a finance section? It'll have a heading, right? How do you know that this is a sports section? It should also have a heading. So usually you will have a heading inside every section. So headers will come. Let us say this is about our company. So this is about our company here. And maybe, this is about past, and this is present. So if I go back, so I do get headings. I want them to be separated. I don't want them to be touching each other. So what I can do is go give some margin as well. So go to this section, I'll go give a margin. What is margin? Margin is space outside. And where all do I want a margin? I want to have a margin on the top, and I want it to have margin on the bottom, not onto the left and the right. So I can say margin top is about 5 pixel, 10 pixel maybe, and I want margin on the bottom as 10 pixel. So if I go back, see, on the top it has 10 pixel margin, on the bottom it has 10 pixel margin. This one in the bottom should also have 10 pixel in the top and 10 pixel in the bottom. Sure enough, it has 10 pixel in the top and 10 pixel in the bottom. But both of these are asking for 10 pixel. So that would have made it 20 pixel. But in CSS, there is a rule called vertical margin collapse, which means if vertically the same margin is applied, they will collapse. So they will still use the highest margin. So that will make sure that you have 10 pixels only, because both of them are asking for 10 pixel, 10 pixel. So it would be 10 pixel. So that would make your application look like this. And I would want to apply some different color for these articles. So we'll do that here. Article, I'll have a background color, maybe dark gray, and the font family is Arial, and the padding inside would be about 10 pixels each, and a margin on the top. Okay, all of them will have a top margin of about 10 pixels. Save and run this example, and it should start looking like this. Okay, maybe I'll make it silver, light gray. We can actually apply some styling to this. Okay, so now you got this example to work. Looking nice, isn't it? But let's see what is the problem that is associated with this now. I'll go to this main, and I'll also apply a small border around this so that let that not be left alone. Apply a border. Oops, border, 2 pixel solid gray. So let's go check. So there is a border. We apply some. I don't think, the border is not looking all that nice. Anyways, so I'll make this a background color. Some way to represent this guy, that is all. Okay. I'll apply some padding in the top, or maybe padding all around of about 5 pixel. So you see there is a padding now. There is more padding up. I'll tell you why. Because see, there is a heading here, right? So the heading is asking for some extra space. That is all. And again, here I might have, but we can work around with that. Not a problem. So coming back to the context, we get to see the the main tag as well. That is all the point is. I'll make it even more lighter. It'll be very subtle, but you can see it. That is all it is. Okay, so now if I try and run this application, if I run this application using Chrome, this is what the users get to see. But if I try and run this application onto a client who's using an older version of IE, see, this already seems to have a problem. See, the main tag is not getting rendered here. You see that? The main tag is not getting rendered. I mean, if I put some content here, you'll know the main content. So I type, and if I render, see, this main content now is showing. But if I refresh, see, the main content is shown here.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
You see this? This is not how it is displayed here, isn't it? This is not how it's displayed here, which means to say every browser has its own ability to understand these components. Not all of them understand it same. Now that becomes a problem, because you are trying as a developer to make things uniform, and browsers are trying to break them. And they're not trying to break them, but they break on browsers. So how do we address this is the question. I mean, this is bad, this is okay, but if I take you guys one step back, then if I show you the developer tools, that is developer tools, and from the developer tools, if I change the version to, let us say, IE 9 or IE 8 perhaps, so none of the styles are working, and it looks pretty pale, isn't it? I mean, this is not how you wanted your application to be, isn't it? So what we can do here, I mean, what is happening in IE is because, see, when IE 9 was around, IE 8 was around, these tags never existed, correct? These were newly created, header and H group, and nav and main tag, section, header and footer. All of these are new tags. IE did not know that these tags would come in future. So how do we support? But many people will still be using IE 8. Let's say anybody is using, anybody who's using Windows XP would be using IE 8 or IE 9. So they'll have a problem. So how do we address this issue? So what we can do here, okay, HTML5 tags are not. No, it is not that it is not supported on IE. It's just that HTML5, which was introduced in 2004, 2005, they these tags were created, but IE was created much before, so they did not know that these tags would be coming at a later point in time, correct? That makes sense. So now you will have to educate the browser that, yeah, these are tags I want you to render. How do we do that? Okay, so I'll show you how you can write a small snippet to get this job done. And in fact, there are libraries that are written. In my slide, you will realize that there are some 2 slides that I skipped. There is one library called HTML5 Shiv. In fact, they should have actually called it as shim, shim. Some mistake by one of the developer. He called it shiv instead of shim. So shimming is a way of creating fallbacks for your content. Okay, so you can also use HTML5 boilerplate or a library called modernizer and get this job to work. However, let's say I want to know what is written in this library. That's exactly what we are trying to do here. We are trying to recreate whatever that library would do for us. So what the library is doing is it is telling the browser that these tags do exist. Header, footer, section, article, and main do exist. Now, how do I tell the browser that these tags exist? We can go create a script block, a JavaScript block, and we'll go create those tags. I'll say document dot create element, a method called create element, and you'll create an element called header. Easy. So with this command alone, header component is created, and the browser should know that there is a component called header. See, headers came. But see, this is not how the headers would have actually come, isn't it? I mean, they are being displayed, that is all. The styles are now being displayed and things like that. So we need to make one more fix here. This is the style property. See, whenever you create an element like this, if you want to create an element by your name, you can do that. You can simply say document dot create element Vijay. You can create. Legally, this will be an element that is now available for you. After this line, you can actually come here and create a tag by name Vijay. That will work. This will work. So if I go back to the browser, see this hello Vijay is working. But how should this be displayed is something that we have not declared. So whenever you are creating a tag, by default, you are creating something called as an inline tag. Just keep this word inline. So I have not only created this tag inline, so this is an inline element, but I would want to declare this inline element and change its behavior to a block level element. How do I do that? I'll do that here. If there is a header, I want it to be displayed as a block level element. So with this, a combination of the style and the script, we are declaring this tag and we are declaring this to be a block level tag. I mean, can we do this in the style, in the script block? Yes, we can. We can actually do that. We can, pass that to an element and then assign. As of now, I'm showing you the most easier way. So if I go back and if I relaunch, this would work. The header is now fixed. So whenever you create a custom tag, it by default is always an inline element because inline is the default. Okay, and now I not only want to create a header, I want to create a footer tag. I want to create a section tag. I want to create an article tag. I want to create a main tag. What else do I have? Header, footers. Okay, then there is this nav tag as well. So I've created these many tags: headers, footers, section, article, main, and nav. I think that is all that we have used in this work, in this exercise. H group. Okay, but we did not do any styling on that, I guess. Yeah, we did not. That's okay. Now, how is it a block level element? Okay, I'll show you in Chrome. It will become a block level element. And so with this fix, all of these elements will be a block level element. Okay, so now if I go back to the browser and replace and refresh this, notice, the CSS, everything looks applied as we expected to work in the new version as well. So this is a new version, and this is the old version. Okay, you can go in further down, version 7, which is like, obsolete now. Nobody would have Windows 5, Windows 6 and things like that, but still our application will work. So you should know what is wrong and how you can go fix it. So now moving forward, let us look into the other features of HTML5. So what I'm planning is I will go create some folders. Call this is day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Now we'll speak about form validation. Now this form validation is quite different from the JavaScript way of validating. I'll show you JavaScript validation also. I'll also show you how you can do the validation via PHP. So you will have many ways to implement this validation. As of now, I'm showing you how you can leverage on the HTML5 validation API. So let me change this to form validation. So we can create a validation for a text input, for a number, for a telephone number, for email, many such things. I'll keep this example really simple, and maybe we'll use some very basic validation. Let us say I want to check the validation for the name, for the age, and for the email, I guess. Okay, so I'll show you how you can do that, and with that you can expand this example to whatever that may be your requirement. So let's do that. So I'll go create one table, and in this table we'll have the T body will have a tr tag, and tr will have username. This would be a form input. Instead of a table, guys, I'll show you a good practice. Not use this table. We'll use a div tag. So inside a div tag, we'll have a label. The label specifies for what? I'll say this would be a user name. And inside this div, we'll also have an input. The type is text. And here, the for and the ID should match. Always remember this. Now you may ask, Vijay, why is that a requirement? Okay, watch. So if I run this example in the browser, in Chrome, see, if the user comes and clicks on this username, if the user comes and clicks on this username, I want the corresponding input to be highlighted like this. Okay, if I click here, this should be highlighted. How do I map this label to this input? Sometimes they may be one beside another, sometimes they may be little far as well, correct? So in such situation, for accessibility, the for and the ID should match. They should have the same name. Okay, they should have the same string. So if that is done, now if I click on this, you will see this will get highlighted automatically. Watch. Correct? So that's the purpose of the for. The for and the ID should match. The name is something that is useful for us as developers when we start working with PHP, because when the user submits this form, name is used as the name for the field, and the value that the user will enter will be the value for the field. We get both of them on the server side. If the user is making a get request, we get it as a get variable. If the user is making a post request, we get it as a post variable. But the name of the form is important. Okay, so I will go give this username, anything which is quite descriptive that can help you understand that this is a username property. Okay, so let us go create another div. This will be for user, let's say age. This will be user age. This would be user age, and we'll have the user phone number. In this example, all three are same. That's okay. See, as long as this and this match, this really doesn't, matter much. So now we need to have a form to submit. We need to have a button to submit. So I'll go create a button. Maybe I will create a div. There won't be any label. This is just for aesthetics. That is all. Okay. Button, login, or sign up, something like that. And we'll wrap all of them into a form so that the validations can start working. So form can either have a get or a post method. The default is get anyways. And action, I will specify that this will submit onto the same page, and I'm done. Okay. I will ask each one of these div to have a class called form input or form item, anything. Okay, and we can wrap all of this into a div. This will help us do some styling. I will paste this snippet so you don't have to bother typing this. Okay, and now we have got this example. This is how it should look. Of course, we'll have to improve this a lot because this is not looking all that great. So we'll go to this form and apply some basic style. So if there is a class called form, maybe I'm changing this, guys. Don't keep this form, make it box or something like that. So I'll say dot box, give it a width of about 400 pixels, a background color so we can see, slate gray, save, run this. Okay, this is about 400 pixel. I think this is comfortable, right, for the entire form. So I'll maybe make it about 300 or so. Yeah, this is also comfortable. Everything can be accommodated. I will add some padding of about 10 pixels each. I have 10 pixel padding, and inside this box, if there is a inside this box, if there is a label, I want the label to be displayed as a inline block element. There is something called as inline block as well. So inside this box, if there is a label, I'll give these labels a width of 100 pixel, but because I gave a width of 100 pixel doesn't mean that they will take it. There's no difference. Why? because these labels are inline elements. They will only take the width that are required by the children. Who is the child here? The user age is a child. So it is only taking that width. So I can go assign the display type as inline block. So that would be an inline block element. See, now all of them are aligned properly. And we'll also say the text align is right side. That way they all are aligned to the right side. See, this looks nicer as a form at least. Okay. And now I want this button that is inside this, class box to be having a margin on the right side of about 100 pixel. So we will do that as well. So inside the box, if there is a button, I want that to have a width of 100 pixel, maybe 150 pixel, but I want that to have a left margin of about 100 pixels. Correct. Save and run this example. See, we forgot about the margin of padding that this guy had. So we need to ensure that this moves by 110 pixel. Okay, padding. I'll make it 5. It's not pixel perfect even here now. Maybe increase it. Yeah, I'll explain, why I came with this number. There is a relation. At least we can figure out later. For now, I want to give some spacing between these labels. So I will say the margin in the bottom will be about 5 pixels for all of them. Okay. So there is some spacing around. This is how it looks as of now. And I would want this box not to have a background color. Background color looks pretty bad, right? I'll apply a border to it. 1 pixel solid gray. I'll ask this to have a margin of auto. See, margin auto is simply assigning this margin auto, calculating this left and the right margins automatically. So whatever is available. So if the viewport size increases or decreases, it will always maintain its size position. So let's see, now this is applied. And for now, I want, I will paste this style as well in case if you have missed out some properties, you can pick it from here. So you have everything, guys. You have the form tag that is required and you have the style that is required. You have both. So both. So now the question is, how do I apply validation? So if I try and submit this form, it seems to submit on the browser. You can see the username property, user age, user phone got submitted with some blank values. So if I now go add Bruce 21, there are two age mistake. So let's, guys, you'll have to change this. This is user phone. But in the label it says as user age. So just realize that. So if I change and the phone, click on sign up. See, that information is sent to the server. Using PHP, we'll be able to cache this and use all of them moving forward. We'll do that. So for now, when the user clicks on this button, we would want to do some validation. If the fields are empty, if I click on it, they're submitting this form. So how do I apply a validation and stop that? So we can go to these inputs, each one of them, and add a new attribute called required. So if I say required, which means to say all of these are fields that are required. Without addressing these, you cannot submit the form. Without addressing that, you cannot submit the form. If I now try and click on submit, you'll say, please fill out this field. You see, the basic validations are now started to work. If I click on this, it says, please fill out this field. So I fill this field, Bruce. Click on this, I get, please fill this out field. I'll say 21. So now it says, please fill out this field. I'll now give a number. Now if I click on sign up, it submits. Makes sense, right? So the basic validations are done.
Let us take a look at what is CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. CSS is an acronym, just like HTML. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. While HTML is used for structuring content, CSS is used for styling it. So if you're trying to style some content, CSS is a great tool for choice. Using CSS, we can define the styles, including color, positioning, etc. Now, whenever you look at an HTML page, if you create the same content across multiple pages, then they all look the same. However, if you want to make them look different, such as change the colors, background colors, borders, positioning, size, there's a lot you can do with the styling aspect of it, and where they are laid out, you can use CSS for that. CSS allows you to target each specific element and then change the styling of that. You use cascading style sheet to do that exactly. And you change the colors, you change the positions, you can change a lot of different things about a particular element. CSS can control the layout of multiple pages. Depending on how you're using CSS, you can control the layout of a single element or all the elements on a single page, or all the elements of all the web pages available in your domain. Basically, you need to be able to control the layout of a page. You use CSS for that. You want to change how a button looks, you use CSS for that as well. So that's how CSS works in general. Why would you want to use CSS? Now, when no CSS is used, browsers apply their default styling rules to an HTML page. If you create two HTML pages with the same markup, then that markup will be styled based on the default styling rules of an HTML page that is applied by the browser. It is to be noted that the same HTML page might not look the same on different browsers because different browsers apply different styling rules to different elements. Nevertheless, if the same HTML page with the same content or markup is opened up inside the same browser, then it's going to give you the same result. Even if there are two different HTML pages. Now, if you want to customize the look and feel of these, then CSS is what is used for that. These rules may vary slightly different browsers and may make your user experience inconsistent. So for instance, if you are using a Firefox web browser and somebody else is using a Google Chrome web browser and someone else is using Internet Explorer, all of these browsers may render things differently if you don't take care of the styling of the thing. Now, because of this, we take care of the styling of all of our elements and the layout using CSS to make it look a bit more consistent across all the pages. Now, these default styles do not suit our needs for many organizations when they are building the websites. Now, this may be the case that when you're building a website, your organization has a particular color scheme, they want certain elements to be displayed in a certain way. You get a web design from a designer and you want your application to look like that. In any of these cases, using the default styling that is provided by the HTML is not going to help you out. You're going to need to have to do this all on your own. Now, CSS helps in addressing these issues by applying style rules to different HTML elements of the page. You can apply the styles on your own. You can choose which styles to apply where, and this will work exactly the way you would suppose it to work. You would have to firstly create style sheets, then write the styles that you want to write for the elements that you're targeting, and change the colors, layouts, positions, etc. to make it look as close to the design that you've gotten as possible. CSS allows us to define styles to make our web pages look different from other web pages. Even if two web pages have the same content, CSS can make them look entirely different based on not just based on the content, but based on the style. You can change the layout, make some element appear first and second, the other element appear later. You can change the colors used to display those elements. You can change the border, the width, the size, the position. There's a lot of things that you can change. CSS also takes care of making the user experience consistent across multiple browsers, as it defines styles that are applied all over the browsers uniformly. So it takes care of making your browsing experience or the user's browsing experience across multiple browsers, across multiple devices, and across multiple screen sizes. And we'll take a look at how you do that in a moment. Right, guys, now let's take a look at how you can use CSS in HTML. So since CSS has been around for a long time, there are several ways of using it inside a web page. Now you can use this inside a web page for many reasons, but there are several ways because it's been around for a long time. People have figured out several ways of using it. Out of these ways, the one you choose has to depend on the scope of the elements which you want the styles to be applied to. So for instance, if you want the style that you want to be applied to is going to be applied to only one element, let's say a button, paragraph, a div tag, then you can use it there. In case you're trying to attach your styles to multiple elements, such as two buttons, multiple paragraphs, multiple div tags on the same page, then there's another one that you can use. And if you are going to apply the same styles across your all websites in different web pages, then there is a different way. It only depends on the scope that you need these styles to be applied to. You can also use one or many of the ways available in the same project. It is a common practice in CSS to apply or use these styles and mix and match them. Although don't mix and match them without understanding why they are being used the way they are used. You should mix and match them only when the need is there. For instance, there are some styles that you want to be applied consistently throughout your website on all web pages.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
Some styles only need to be something that appears on just one web page. In that case, the one kind of style is fine. And in other cases, if you have a style that only needs to be applied to one element on one web page, then that's another option. But don't mix and match them just because they are available there, because this could cause a lot of headaches, and differences in understanding on how this works could cause a lot of problems in the teams and the understanding of why certain style was used over the other. So these are the different ways: inline CSS, style tag, and CSS files. All of them have their own advantages and disadvantages. Let's take a look at inline CSS and try and understand what that is. So inline CSS is probably the easiest to understand out of all the ways. There are several ways of doing it. Inline CSS is by far the easiest way of doing it. The reason why is quite easy because it is the most primitive and the least configuration needed way to get started with the CSS. Now to apply the styles using inline CSS, we make use of style property of HTML elements and write the CSS code as its value. To understand it more correctly, as we have discussed, we have tags and attributes. An attribute that is available on all HTML elements that are displayed on the screen is called style. The purpose of the style attribute is to contain CSS code which needs to be applied to only that particular element. This is why it's called inline CSS, because you are inlining the CSS that you're writing. You're writing it in line with the code that you are writing, or in line with the element that needs the style to be applied. Inline CSS, as we have discussed, are quite easy simply because you don't need to configure a lot of things. You don't need to create new tags. You don't need to create new files. You don't need to do a lot of setup and management kind of stuff. You can just set the attributes value to a particular CSS rule, and you have the styles with you. The advantage is that the styles do not affect other elements on the page. So for instance, if you have 10 elements on the page, you don't have to worry about those elements being affected since the style is only scoped to one particular element if you use the style attribute. Similarly, if you have 3 buttons on 3 different web pages and you want them all to have a different style, if you use the inline CSS way of doing it, then the style that you're using is not going to be affecting the style of other page or other elements on the same page. This is one of the reasons why inline CSS is so popular, because it doesn't lead to a lot of headaches compared to other kind of ways of dealing with CSS. The disadvantage is that if 2 elements need to have the same style, then we need to copy the styles and make sure that the future changes are applied to both elements. Consider a scenario where you have 2 buttons. Both of them need to have the same style. So for instance, both of them need to have a blue border a black background and a white foreground or text color. In cases like this, it's not going to be easy for us to write code that's going to work across all the buttons, because if you just copy and paste the style attribute from one button to the other button, some new developer comes along with a new requirement being assigned to him saying that the buttons that are blue in color and blue border, black background and white foreground need to have a slight change to them. Their background color needs to be changed from blue to dark green. Now the developer looks at the code and figures out that okay, there's a button that has these styles, I'm going to change it. And he or she end up changing them. The issue with that is that there's another button which is far down below the code. Let's say that the HTML page is 500 lines of code. First button appears at the top, second button appears at the bottom. And now you have no way of knowing where are all the buttons that need to have this style. Worse yet, if this style is applied to buttons across the web pages, then it becomes even more difficult. Now you have to rely on search and replace features which may or may not work depending on how the styles are configured. And there could be a lot of issues regarding this. So in cases like this, we can use some of the other styles available. However, if this was just a one-off style rule that only needs to be applied to one element, and then inline style might be a better candidate for that. So let's get started with some hands-ons and see how you can apply inline style to an HTML element. Alright guys, now let's take a look at the style tag. So this is the code that we had previously in our previous hands-on. We created a p tag with the style attribute set to color. We discussed the problem. Let's recreate the problem for those of you who didn't see that. If I were to change this to red color, I want both of them to be consistently with the same style, right? So I change it to this is another p tag. And since I want them to be in the same style, let's just do it this way. So I save this, I'll go back, I'll refresh, and both of them are currently in the same consistent state. Now let's say somebody comes along, looks, and by this time the code has grown. This another p tag is pushed really down the file, and the other one is at the top. Looks at it, says, okay, that this is something that needs to be in the red color. Saves it up, goes back, refreshes, and sees the p tag to be in the red color. He thinks, okay, I've done the job that needed, unaware that there's another p tag that needs to be changed, that needs its color to be changed. They both need to be in sync, as we have already said. So this is a very common problem, not just in CSS, but in computer programming in general. It's called don't repeat yourself. In which case you don't want to repeat the same style again and again, because they cause duplication, and then keeping the duplication similar and in sync is going to be really difficult, considering the fact that you might even forget that you had two p tags with the same styles, where same styles need to be applied a few weeks down the road. So in cases like this, what we can do is we can use the style tag. Take a look at that. Let me just leave it to be blue in color so that we can compare the syntax. Now the style tag needs to be embedded within the head tag. You write the style tag. Inside it, I'm going to write the style. Now here we have to use selectors, and we may not have understood selectors yet, but I'll show you how we can use it. So I want to style all the p tags. So I choose the selector to be p. I press a space and I create a curly brace. Now inside the curly brace, I'll write the same code that I had written inside the style tag. So I want to change the color. I'll write color and I'll change it to, I save this. Now as you can see that this, and if you take a look at the highlighting feature in Visual Studio Code, these and the thing that I've written inside the style tag is exactly the same. So I can just drop it up. And now if I were to save this, if I were to go back, and if I were to refresh, now both of them are of the same color. I can use different styles for different p tags as well. Let me just show you. If I were to create a class of red inside a p tag, and this is a red p tag. Now if I were to refresh this, right now it's going to be blue in color. But if I were to tackle this to, let's say there are two of these, and want both of them to be red in color, all I have to do is just say, okay, all the p tags with the class of red, and by the way, if this syntax seems a little difficult, don't worry, we'll read more about it later on. I want the color to be red. So the way it will work is this. Now both of them are red. So our HTML parser will take a look at this. We'll see p tags with no classes attached to it. So this is the tag that matches it, changes the color to blue. It's a p tag with the class set to red. So the p tag with the red class is the thing that matches with it. This matches with it as well. However, this is more specific, so it matches better and it creates the color to be red. So that's how this works. Now, if I were to change the color to from red to some other shade of red, let me just use Visual Studios, save this, go back and notice these two colors, right? Right now they're red and now they are really red and blackish red. So they are a mixture of red and black, but the important thing is that the color has changed for both of them, even if I change it only for one page. Now imagine that if this was a really huge page, multiple elements have the same class, and instead of you having to jump through all the pages, change the color to from red to the current color, it would be really difficult. But the style tag makes it really easy. However, great style tag is it also has the same problem, which is if let's suppose that this was another HTML page that I had linked to, let's say that this is the home page and I want to go to the about page, and I want the same styles to be applied to about page if the about page has a p tag with a class of red. The issue here is that this is only local to this file. If I have a new page and I write the styles there, it won't work. For instance, let me just show you. If I were to change the syntax highlighting to HTML, copy this code, paste it here, and this style tag is not here. Let's say it's not here, and now I have the same thing. It won't have the styles and it will look completely the same. If I were to change this, however, if I were to copy the styles and then paste it here, and it looks like this, now the color would work, but we run into the same problem that when we change the color here or we change the color here, the new page in which we have copied the styles won't be updated, and we have to go through all the pages, check if the colors exist and change them. Now, to overcome this, we'll come to the next kind of way of using CSS, but this is how the style tag works. So just to recap, you create a style tag in the head of the document. Now, it's not necessarily the case that you put it into the head of the document. Let me just show you. If I put it into the body and I go back and I refresh, it still works. But the thing is, body is reserved for things that the user is going to see. SEO parser or any web crawler looks at your code and thinks style tag is embedded within the body of the element and it will get confused. So in cases like this, just leave the style tag in the head tag. It will give you better SEO and better performance. Anyways, after putting the style tag here, we can use selectors and properties and values to set the colors of, to set the properties to certain values. And finally, we can just close the style tag and then use it as we want. Now let's take a look at the third method, CSS file. So we have already discussed style tag and we have discussed inline CSS. Now let's take a look at how we can create the styles and embed them inside a file which can be referenced by multiple HTML pages. Now this is also quite simple. Let's take a look at the previous example that we had. This is what it looks like. Now if I want to create another style, all I have to do is just add the new style. However, if I want the same style to be applied to multiple pages, then I would have to copy and paste it. Or if I were to change the current style, then also the same thing happens. Just to recap, what we did was earlier we had a p tag with inline styles. Then we figured out that multiple p tags need the same style, so we upgraded them to be inside the style tag. When that worked out, but now we have multiple pages that need the same style, then style tag doesn't really suit our needs. So in cases like this, if I want multiple pages to have the same style, let me just close this. What I can do is I'll create a new style. Go to the file page. I'll create a file and you can call it anything you want. I'll call it style and make sure that you have the extension set to .css. If I press enter, this is what it looks like. And now if I were to add the same styles here, p of color blue. That's the first step. Now if I want p dot red or ed to have the color of red. Now, unfortunately, this wouldn't work just now. Because let me just show you why it wouldn't work. I have this, and right now it's not working because if you look at this correctly, we have created a new file in the same directory, but this HTML file has no idea that this CSS file exists. Even though it's in the same directory, we have no idea whether it exists or not. So for that, there's a tag that's used here. It's called the link tag. I'll call it link. And again, this Visual Studio Code provides me with a lot of syntax highlighting features and syntax completion features. So I'll just select this, and since it's style.css, I don't have to do anything. Yeah, so this is how it looks like. I have a link tag with the relation set to style sheet. Now you can omit this if you want, but it's better for the search engine optimizers to, or search engine SEOs to look at this and say, okay, fine, it's a style sheet, we don't have to worry about that. Also, the web crawlers take a look at your code and take a look at a link tag and figure out, okay, it's a style sheet, we don't have to worry about that either. However, in the style sheet, we have created these colors and all of that, and we have linked it here. As you can see that I can click on this and follow the link. So it's currently linked as well. Always make sure that you have given the correct name to the file. Sometimes I end up writing styles.css and then I can't find it. So after doing that, I'll go back, and now if I refresh, as you can see, it has the same color that we expect. But the advantage here is that if I were to create another file, let me just call it about.html. I'll press enter. About us. I have an h1 tag, and it needs to have a class of red. Let me just make the styles a little more generic. So any element with the class of red will have color of red. Right? So if I were to then put red heading, and if I were to save this, now if you can see, this is what the code looks like as of now. So we have created a new page just so that you understand, and we have created the h1 tag, created attached a class of a red to it, and have written about us inside it. Now again, that works. However, it's not something that's going to work as we expect it to. And the problem is quite similar to what we had faced earlier. So let me just open it up so that you can see. And it's not getting the red color because if you take a look at the source code, let me just zoom in. The link tag is not there, so it's not working. Let me just go back, and again you can link it in the head. Make sure that you link it in the head though. And again, it's style.css. I can save it. I can go back and I can refresh, and now it's red in color. So the great thing about this is that if I go to style.css, instead of it being red, let me just again change it to some other color, a lighter version of red. How about that? I save this, go back, and if I refresh, take a look at the color here. It changes to a lighter shade, however, the shade isn't too different. Let me just change it more. Now it's very different. Refresh this. Now as you can see that it's more on the black side than red, but if I were to zoom in, you can see that there's a little hint of red in this one. If I were to go back and check this one, this also changes the color. So that's the advantage of using ACSS UI, that multiple pages can share the same style and they can be kept in sync. Now the thing to understand here is this. Let me just close this one, close this. We have taken a look at three kinds of ways of doing this. The style tag.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, IntelliPath provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
The CSS file and the inline CSS. There's no particular reason to choose one over the other than the scope of the problem that we're trying to tackle. If the style that I'm applying is applicable to just one particular element, then there's no need necessarily to create a style tag or CSS file. If, for instance, I'm applying styles and those styles need to be shared among multiple elements on the same page, then a style tag comes in handy because you don't have to create a new file and clutter up your entire directory structure. On the other hand, if you want to apply the same style to multiple pages in the same domain, then maybe a CSS file is more useful. So it completely depends on the problem that you're trying to solve. Now, I would recommend that you start out with a CSS file altogether, mainly because if you have a page and that there are multiple elements and you are given a task of applying a color of pink to a p tag, or let's say color of blue to a p tag. So you just create a p tag, create the style tag, style attribute, color to be blue, and you type this is a p tag. I save this, I'll go back and I'll refresh. So as you can see, both of them have the same styles. Now the issue here is this. Since the code here, imagine there's a lot of code in between where I've created blank line. Since there is a lot of code in between there, the new developer has no idea that this is already created. He doesn't need to create another style of color of blue. It's going to look exactly the same. But the new developer doesn't know that, so it's going to be a problem. However, had this been inside a CSS file, the developer would have opened up the file, gone through all the styles, taken a look at a p tag, or he could have just searched p here, and this is what he would have found, that the color is already blue, so he does not need to change anything. Goes back, refreshes, okay, the color is already blue, he has no reason to change it, and it works. So again, depends on the problem you're trying to solve. If you're confident that this is only a one-time thing, then maybe use inline style. If you're not confident that it's a one-time thing and you think the style needs to be shared among multiple elements, use style tag, and use CSS files if you think that the CSS files are needed and the style needs to be shared across multiple pages. In either case, just make sure that you're using the right tool for the job. A little more complicated than your normal inline CSS. The reason being that in the style tags, you have to apply the styles to multiple elements on a page. And applying that could be a little more typical than your inline CSS, in which you just use the style attribute on any HTML element. Now we use style tag by nesting it inside the head tag of the HTML document. So if you remember in the previous ways where we have in the previous hands-ons in the previous modules, we had used the style tag before. In the head element after the title, we had put the style tag there. Now it's not necessary that you put it there, but it's a good practice because this is not something that needs to be shown to the user in the body. So just to make the meaning more clear, we put it into the head tag. So the styles get applied first and then the elements load, and that way our HTML elements know how to be displayed rather than being displayed first and then the styles being applied to them. Now we write the styles of the HTML page inside the style tag. We can use all the methods and ways that we'll discuss in later videos about how to do that. But in basic sense, we create a style tag inside the head tag. Inside the style tag, we write all the CSS code. Now the advantage is that if we elements without resorting to copying and pasting code, we can. So for instance, in our previous understanding of the inline CSS, we can apply a red border to one button. But if we needed that to be applied to multiple buttons, let's say two buttons, one at the top of the page and one at the bottom of the page, we can use the style tag and just target a button in general. Now using that, if the border is changed from red to blue, that would still work in the style tag case. However, in inline CSS, we would have to change it on both the sides. Now the disadvantage is that these styles cannot be applied to different pages. So we have moved up a bit in the level of abstraction, in the level of scope. However, the problem here is that if we have 3 pages and all of them need to have these buttons with the red border, then we can't really use the style tag, or we'd have to copy and paste the style tag across. And we can copy and paste it. However, this is going to be the same problem that we had with the inline CSS bit. So we need a different solution, and that's where CSS file comes into play. But before that, let's take a look at how you can use the style tag. Okay, now let's take a look at CSS file. So CSS file is the most complicated out of the 3 ways to apply the styles on an HTML page. The reason why we say it's the most complicated is because in this one you would have to create a new file, link it to the current file, and so on and so forth. So the steps are more, but it provides a larger scope for you to apply the styles to. Now to use the CSS file, the first thing we need to do is we need to create a file with any file name that you want to give it. Typically it's styles.css, but you can give it any name that you want. Make sure that you attach the .css extension at the end so that the browser can understand that this is a CSS file and the code inside it is supposed to be read as a style sheet, and I need to apply it to the elements of the page. The file contains the CSS code that needs to be applied to all the elements of all the pages in the website. So think of it this way: wherever this file is attached, in whichever HTML documents this file is attached, its style are going to be applied to that. Whichever elements match whichever styles that we have applied to them, they'll get applied. So for instance, if I create a button with a class of red border and I want that button to be usable across all my web pages. Wherever I create a button with the style of red border, I want that button to get a red border. I can create a CSS file, create a style for that, and then link that file to all my web pages. Now it's going to work exactly the way we expect it to work. Now that file is then linked to each HTML page using the link tag in the head. Earlier we were using the style tag to create some page specific styles. However, we could use the link tag, and inside the link tag we can give the URL or the location of where our CSS file is stored. It is to be noted that in the link tag we can also give URLs to external style sheets such as CSS frameworks or external CSS files that someone else has created but we wish to use. All of that is possible using the CSS files link tag in the head of the document. Now the advantage is that you can have a single place where we keep all the styles, and these styles can be applied uniformly throughout our website. Many HTML elements can have the same style and across our entire website as long as they have the style sheet linked on their in the head of the document. The disadvantage, however, is that if not careful, this file can grow very large and become difficult to navigate and debug. So we have to sort of figure out how we're going to deal with the CSS files getting large and big. It's not really necessary for us to think about it right at the beginning, but as the files start growing, as the applications start going, we start adding more pages and we have more styles that we need to apply. You can see how it can quickly go out of hand. So you need to be aware of how you can use it. Now you can use different styles, different kinds of these styles applications, such as we can use inline CSS for some elements, style tags for some elements, and CSS files for some elements. I would recommend that you choose the appropriate method for the appropriate problem and then use that for your solution. Take a look at CSS selectors. Now a CSS selector allows us to target and select an HTML element to apply styles to them. So if I want to select a particular button, I can use CSS selectors. If I want to select all the buttons, I can use CSS selectors for those, so on and so forth. So CSS selectors allow us to define what is the element I want the mentioned styles applied to. Now there are 5 categories of CSS selectors. These are simple selectors, combinator selectors, pseudo classes, pseudo elements, and attribute selectors. Let's take a look at these one by one. The first ones are simple selectors. Now simple selectors are selectors that can select element based on their either the element name, such as P, H1 or whatever, ID, the ID attribute, or the value of the ID attribute, and the class attribute. So these are called simple selectors because these are the simplest formats of selectors that you can use, and they are the most popular ones as well. Now to select an element using name, you can simply use the name of the element as selector, as shown in the code example below. We have a p tag and we have changed the size of the font to be 15 pixels. Now, if I wanted to use an h1 tag, I can just use the h1 tag. If I wanted to use the form tag, button tag, input tag, whatever I want, I could just use the tag name and it will work exactly the way it should. Now, if I don't want to select all the form tags, all the p tags, etc. on the page, then I would have to specify class. Now, class, as we all know, or I hope we remember, that a class is used to target multiple elements on a page. So if you have multiple elements with the same class on a page and you want the same styles applied to all these multiple subsets of an element, let's say I have 5 p tags and I want 3 of them to be red in color or green in color, then I can apply the green class on 3 of those and leave the others as unaffected. So for that, I'll just use the dot green, which means a class of green. That's the syntax. That's how syntax works. And inside it, I've defined the style of color being green. So that's how I can specify more styles in it as well. So that's how it works. Finally, we can select a single element using an ID. Now, IDs, as we all remember, that not a single page cannot have more than one element with the same ID, and one element cannot have more than one ID. So if I want an element with the ID of green to have a color of green, I have to change the period in the previous class syntax to a hash. Hash specifies an ID, period, or full stop or dot, whatever you call it, specifies a class. So hash followed by the ID name, and then Inside curly braces, I define the styles that I want to be applied. So this is how that. Now let's take a look at simple CSS selector. So far we have discussed three kinds of selectors: the tag selector, ID selector, and class selector. Let's take a look at these in action. So I have the previous code here. I'll just close this one out, and I'll just remove everything else. So I go up here, and let me just clear this one out. We start from blank slate, and we want the.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Simple selectors. Now, if I were to create a H1 tag, and I were to say green H1, that's why I think you have seen how you can use style tags or inline tags or whatever. But I'll use the style tag. Now, make sure that you understand that if you're using inline styles, you don't need to use the selectors because you are already embedding the styles in the element that you need to be styled. So for instance, if I wanted to style the H1 tag, all I had to do is put the style tag here and I don't have to use any kind of selector whatsoever. But if I'm using a style tag or a CSS file for creating a style, then that requires me to use selector. Simple way to do this is if I want all the H1s to be of green color.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A, BR, B, LB, C, break, D, UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I can create an H1 tag, change the color property to be green, and we're done with it. I can go back, fresh, and it's a green H1 tag. Let me just zoom in. This is what it looks like. Let me just zoom out again. Yeah. Now this is for a simple CSS selector. However, that's not the only simple CSS selector that we have. We also have a selector that can help us select elements based on class. So let's say I have two different elements, but with the same class. Let's say that the class needs to be, let's say P has a class of red P or red P tag, and let's say a B tag has the same class attached to it, red B tag. Now if I were to go back and refresh, both of them have the same color, although one of them is bold because we have used the B tag instead of the P tag. If I want to attach the red color to both of them, since I have provided the same class to them, I can just create a red color. Now, it doesn't have to be this way. You can be more specific here as well. For instance, if I want the P tag to have this color, then I can say P red. And then I can also say B red and have the color to be red. But I don't have to do that because both of them have the same class and I don't need to be that specific. If I go back and refresh, as you can see, the color has changed. I don't think the B tag changed its color. Let me see why. Class is red. Oh, sorry. Let's save this. Go back. Refresh. Now the B tag has changed its color. So has the B tag. So that's how the class selector works. Just to give you a quick recap. Whenever you want to specify a class, you attach a period at the beginning. You prefix it with a period or a full stop or a dot, whatever you call it, and then followed by the name of the class. So here it is. Now let's say I want to use an ID instead of a class. So I create an ID of, let's say that the ID is big, or let's say heading. I'll put it at the top. And it has to be an H1. I hope you guys remember that I had told you that you should not use the H1 to H6 tags to make an element or some text look big or small. You do that with CSS, right? Just do that. Big heading. And with the class of heading, I can change the font size here to be, let's say, 100 pixels, which is surely more than the current H1 tag. And I think it's less. Let me just change it to 400. It should be 4 times its current size right now. Okay, it didn't change. Let's see why. Oh, because it's an ID. So for the ID, you have to put the heading here like this. Let me just change it to 100 pixels. So for the heading ID, I have to use the hash symbol instead of a dot symbol. Dot symbol is useful for classes and hash symbol is useful for ID. Now if I go back and refresh, as you can see, it's much bigger than the original H1 tag. If I want to make it smaller, I can do so as well. Let's say it's 10 pixels. It's quite small. It might not even be readable. I might have to zoom in. It's quite small, right? If I were to zoom in, this is what it looks like. So this is what we get when we are trying to use the H1 tags and P tags and B tags. And this is how you use the headings with the class or with the ID of heading, P with the P and B with the class of red, and H1 tag as it is. So this is the simple selector. This is the class selector, and this is the ID selector. Now, one thing to notice here is that I have used it inside a style tag. It's not something that you use, the selectors are not something that you use inside a style attribute, which is the inline style. But if you were using a style.css file and linking it to this, you would just copy and paste or cut and paste the exact same code in this and remove the style tag, of course. So this code, if I were to place it inside the style.css, let me just show you. Here is style.css, paste it, close it, and now I have to just link it, style.css, save, go back and refresh, and as you can see, it's the same thing that we would have expected it. So that's how it works. That's how the styles, tags, and all of that work. And this is how the selectors, simple selectors work. Let's take a look at other selectors and understand how they work. Now we come to combinator selectors. Now, if you have already used simple selectors, you may notice that if you want to apply some style based on the hierarchical rules inside an HTML page, then that could be a little difficult. For instance, you only want to apply the red color to a p tag if it is inside a div tag. Now that might be a little difficult. For that, you might have to hunt down all the p tags inside the div tags and give them a class and then use this. However, CSS provides us with selectors that allow us to define relationships between multiple selectors. For example, if I want a p or a span, will select any span nested inside a p tag. So if I were to just as in the example below, I have used div space p as the selector. That means any p tag which is a child element of a div tag will get the color of green. That's how the combinator selector works. Now there are several different kinds of combinator selectors. You can take a look at those. If you want to have the same style applied to multiple elements, you can separate them using commas. And there are multiple ways to use the combinator selectors. You can use multiple combinator selectors as well, and that would work as well, which we'll cover in a hands-on now. Alright guys, now let's take a look at combinator selectors. So combinator selectors allow us to essentially tackle objects or gain access to HTML elements using some relationship between them. So let's take a look at them one by one. Here I have the code. Let me just remove this one. And this is the output. As you can see, nothing's being outputted here because nothing is inside the code. Now let's say I have a div tag with a p tag inside it. Add p tag and black p tag. Now I want this one to be red. I want this one to be black. Both of them are p tags. Neither one of them have a class attached to them. So how are we going to do this? Well, the method that we have learned thus far is that firstly, let me just create a style tag. Inside it, I can create a class of red, give it a color of red, and then attach the same class to this one. Style, oh sorry, not style, class red. Now I can save it, I can go back, and if I refresh the page, one is red and one is black. But if I don't want to use classes to muddle up my HTML, I want it to be clean and simple. Another thing I can do, if you notice, there's a difference between this p tag and this p tag, and that is that this p tag is nested inside a div tag. This p tag is not nested inside a div tag, it's nested inside just a body tag. So if I were to change this from red class to div with p, if I were to save this, go back, refresh, now it's showing with the p tag as red. There are several other combinator selectors as well. Let's say that I had another p tag, right? I call it red p tag, and this one is nested inside, let's say another div. Let's say it's not a p tag that's nested inside a div. Let's say that this is a p tag that is nested inside an h1 tag. Although it's not semantically correct because you don't have a paragraph inside a heading, but let's say that that's the case. If I refresh this, now you can see that both of them have red color. This is because although this one is a p tag nested inside a div tag and this one is a p tag nested inside an h1 tag, this h1 tag is nested inside the div tag. So eventually when we walk up the parent chain or the ancestor chain, we reach the div tag and we change the color. But if I were to change it to this and then go back, save it, go back and refresh, now as you can see, only the direct children of the div tags that are p tags are getting the red color. Now, this may be a desired behavior if you want it to be. If you want only the div tags that are nested one level deep to have the red color, then you can use the p tag. And if you want all the p tags, no, doesn't matter how closely they are nested or how much nested they are. If they are having a parent child or ancestor of div tag, then just change it to this, and this would work as well. Similarly, there are many other tags available. There are several combinator selectors available. We won't be covering all of them, but that's the way it works as of now. You can take a look at other combinator selectors as well, but these are the basics and the most popular ones. Let's take a look at other kind of selectors as well. Now let's take a look at pseudo classes. So the way pseudo classes or pseudo selectors work is basically you have an element in a special state. That special state can be one of many states. For example, let's say that you have a div with a user's mouse hovering over it. When that kind of state is reached, that's called a special state. And a pseudo class allows us to apply special styles to an element when its state changes. To give an example, let's say that you have a div tag with a green border and you want its border to be turned black whenever a user hovers over it. In cases like this, the pseudo selectors can come in really handy. Had there been no pseudo selectors, then we would have had to use JavaScript to figure out when the user has hovered over it and change the styles dynamically or programmatically. However, CSS has these abilities for us to do that, so we can have pseudo selectors or pseudo classes to do it for us. Now let's take a look at pseudo classes. So we'll try and understand what a pseudo class is and then we'll apply it to one of the elements that we create. So currently our code looks like this, and we have just some code. Let me just remove that, and I'll remove the style class from here as well. Go to here, use remove the style class, and everything works fine. I'll just change the name to pseudo classes. Now let's say that I have a h1 tag with the hover over me text written inside it. If I refresh it, I get the same text. It's black in color right now. Now let's say I want it to be blue in color. So again, in the head tag, I'll create a style tag. I'll check the h1. I'll change the color. It should all be familiar to you by now. And I use the blue color. I refresh this. I go back and I refresh here. And here it is. It's blue in color. Now what I want is when I hover over it, it should turn red and it should have an underline as well. Now to change it to that, I have to again go back, and here's where pseudo classes come into play. So I can just determine, okay, I want the hover pseudo class, right? So now whenever I'm hovering over h1, I want the color to be red as described. Color to be red, and it should have an underline. For that, I use the text decoration property and set the property's value to underline. I save this, go back, refresh. As soon as this goes over and I hover over it and I'm not getting the output, Whenever you want to debug something in CSS, just go over here, select the button over here that selects the element, click on the button, and you can take a look at the styles that are applied here. Okay, so the color is blue, and when H1 is hovered over, let me just save this, go back, refresh, and now it's working. So there was a syntax error. So if I were to hover over it now, you can see its color immediately changes to red and an underline is put here. Now, if I were to do this in any other way, I would have to use JavaScript. But right now, since JavaScript is needed, I am working without JavaScript and it works fine. So that's how pseudo classes work. Let's take a look at how the other selector methods work. Alright guys, now let's take a look at pseudo elements. Now a pseudo element is used to specify a specific part of an element, such as the first letter, the last line, etc. Instead of you having to wrap a particular element inside or a particular part of an element inside a span tag to tackle or gain access to it, you can just use pseudo elements. These pseudo elements basically allow you to basically change styles of either the first element, the last element, the first few elements, the last few elements, all the odd elements, all the even elements, and so on and so forth. Pseudo selectors are really helpful when building out user interfaces and layouts. For instance, let's say you have a table and in which you want all the alternate rows to have a darker color and all the even rows to have lighter color. You can do that. Or you want all the last 5 columns to have a particular font style and all the other rows should have the same font style. Now, all of that can be done using pseudo elements. So you can have a lot of power when using pseudo elements. Now let's take a look at pseudo elements. Now to work with pseudo elements, all you have to do is firstly create this. I'll just change the title here, pseudo elements, and save this. I'll go back and I'll refresh. As you can see, the title has changed, so we are in the correct file. Now let me just show you how it would work. So I'll create a p tag, and I'll say this is a p. Save this, go back, refresh, and I get a p tag. I've zoomed in so that you can see. As you can see here, zoomed out version is quite small. So let me just zoom back in again. This is what a p tag looks like. Now, if I want to change the color of p tag, there are many options I have. I can change the color to be red. Save this, go back, and the color is red. But what if I want to change the color of just the first letter? Now this is easier for us to do now. I can just change the, and I just have to embed this text here and then just work its way up. So if I save this now, if I refresh this, it's still red in color, but I'm just trying to see this. And if I want to just change the pen, no, this is what it looks like. So that's one way of doing it. However, it's a lot more code and I have to muddle up my HTML and add unnecessary span tags. So I'll just close this one out. And now I have a p tag. If I want the first letter to be this one, I can use the pseudo elements. Save this, go back, refresh, and the first letter is still red in color. I can even use other techniques like first line. I have the same line here, so it's not going to work that way. Add a bit more text here. Now let's see if it works. As you can see, the first line is clearly red in color. If I were to zoom out, as you can see, as many things get on the first line, this is updating automatically. I don't have to do anything. If only this content is coming on the first line, then only that one is colored red. So that's the power of using this. Let me just close this out. And that's how p tags work. And this is how the pseudo element selectors work. You can do it the other ways as well, but in that you would have to use a lot of different technologies and that would be really difficult. Easier ways are available, so we recommend that you use those. Now let's take a look at attribute selectors. Suppose you want to target all the A tags with the target set to underscore blank. If the target attribute of an A tag is set to underscore blank, that means that when that link is clicked, it will open up in a new tab. Now, if you want to tackle all of these elements and you want to change their color to green, the code below shows how you do that. So you can basically gain access to elements based on their attribute properties. If an attribute of a particular element is set to a particular value, then you can use this attribute selector to gain access to it and change its styles. Attribute selectors can be really helpful when you want to check whether an input tag is required or not, whether it has a no validate property, and there can be many use cases for that as well. Guys, now let's take a look at attribute selectors. Now, again, for the attribute selectors to work, I have this code that is not showing anything in the body tag. Let me just change the title so that we understand attribute select. And now let me just show you how it works. So I have changed the A tag to be nothing, and in the A tag I can type in anything. So let's say this is a link. I can again change an A tag, and with the target property set to underscore blank, this is another link. After saving both of these, all I can do is inside the style tag, I can change the A with the target property set to underscore blank, and here I want to change the color to be, instead of it being blue, it has to be red. So if we go back and if we refresh, now as you can see, these are the two links, but one of them is colored red, other one of them is colored blue. If I were to click on this, it opens up in a new tab. That's what the underscore blank attribute does to the target element, and that's how you can create attribute selectors. Different attributes can be used. For instance, if I wanted to use href is set to this, then I go back and if I refresh, both of them have the same thing. So that's how it works. Different attributes can be used, different selectors can be used, depends really on how you wish to choose it. So that's how attribute selectors work. Let's take a look at what else we can learn. So the background property in CSS allows us to manipulate the background of an HTML page. You can also manipulate the background of an HTML element, but that does apply to the page as well. Now the background property can be set either to a color or an image. That really depends on the choice that you're going for. You can even have an image of a particular color. However, images are usually rasterized, which basically means when you zoom into a particular color, if it's set to an image, then it's going to pixelate. But if you're using a color, then it's not going to pixelate, it's going to look the same. Now to set the background color of an image, we use the background dash color property and set it to a color. Now this color can either be represented as a hexadecimal code, as you can see in the blue background example here, where we have set the class of blue background, we have set the color to be hash 0000FF, which is a hexadecimal value, or you can use RGBA values, in which R stands for red, G stands for green, B stands for blue, and A stands for alpha. Alpha stands for the opacity of the entire color, and RGB stands for how much green, how much blue, and how much red from 0 to 255. This is how you can make colors in your HTML code. It could be in either one of those formats. It doesn't really matter. It would work exactly the same way. However, it is to be noted that hexadecimal is the one just usually preferred, unless you want to add some opacity to your color. In cases like this, RGBA is the one that's used. The alpha value specifies the opacity. If it's 0, then it's completely transparent, and if it's 1, then it's completely opaque. Now to set the background property of an image or to an image, we use the background image property and set it to the URL of an image. Now that URL can either be relative or absolute, as with the links, as with any link that we can see on the internet. The relative URL will be the URL on your own website, and the absolute URL will be URL on some other website, and you can use images on other websites as well. The background image property to a URL use the syntax background dash image colon URL, and inside the URL you create a parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis you create double quotations. Inside the double quotations you write the URL to the image. Now here we have created an image to the URL to the background image, but you can may name it anything that you want. Just make sure that the URL is correct and it's reachable from your browser. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS background. So the way CSS backgrounds work is we can either set it to a color or an image. Let's take a look at how we can do that. Firstly, I'll just remove the previous code. Let's change this and this one as well. Save this, go back. Let me just zoom out for the clarity. Refresh it. and nothing's there. I'll just change the title as well. CSS background. Now the way it works is the first thing we have to do is we will create a div tag, and that's all I would do right now. Let me just style it a bit so that you can understand. Now the div tag needs to have a height of let's say 500 pixels, a width of 500 pixels as well, and now let me just create the background here. So the first property I will show you is background color. Save it, go back and I refresh, and this is what it looks like. So a div tag is created, a box is created on my screen with 500 by 500 pixels of height and width, and the color is set to be red. Now the red color I've set is basically just a string of color, but I can choose a more advanced bit of color as well. I can make it hexadecimal as well. If I go back, refresh, stays the same. If I want to change the opacity of the color, then I would have to use something like an RGBA function. Inside it, I want completely red, no green, no blue, and the alpha color, let's make it to be 1 right now. I save it, go back, when I refresh, and it's the same. However, if I change the value of the alpha here, then I might get a different result. Let me just show you how that works. So I'm using Google Chrome's Chrome tools, but you can do it in the code as well. So it's here. If I change it to 0, then it becomes completely transparent. 1 is opaque. And if I want to change it to just a tiny little bit, okay, 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6. As you can see, as I am moving it down from 0 to 1, so from 1 to 0, it's becoming more and more light, or you can say transparent. Right now it's 50% opaque, 50% transparent. I keep going down, and eventually it disappears. So that's the way RGBA works. If you want to change the opacity of some element with background color, use the RGBA format, and it works quite well. Now let me just show you what else you can do. So that was just for the background color, and background color can be set to, as we have discussed, it can be set the red color, the green color, the blue color in either the hexadecimal format or the RGBA format, or whichever format that you prefer. All of these formats work completely well, but the way we will do the other bit is we change its background to an image. So to do that, you can do background image, and here I can just change it to be a URL. In the URL, I'll pass in the URL to the image of Google. Refresh this, and as you can see, the image is there. Now it may not be something that you were expecting, because the background is bigger than the image that we have. The image is repeating. I can change the background images repeat for property 2. Background repeat, right? VAC. And as you can see, background repeat property I can set to no repeat. And now the image won't be repeating itself. It will just be there. There you have it. So you have just one image here, and you can change the position, you can set how it's supposed to look, and so on and so forth, but that's the way it's supposed to work. Alright, so that's how background properties work. Let's see what else we can learn. Now let's take a look at CSS borders. Borders are again one of the things that can affect your layout quite well, so we can understand how you can set borders on your HTML elements. Now the border property allows you to specify the style, width, and color of an element border. To do that, firstly, you just need to set the border property. Now that can have multiple things. You can specify it in the order of size, the style, and the color. So size is going to be the width, color is going to be whatever you want it to be, and the style is going to be either it's solid, it's dashed, it's dotted, whatever. Now there are several types of borders available for you, such as solid, dotted, dashed. Transparent borders are also available, however they are not very useful, so on and so forth. You can use it like this. As the example shown below, we have created a class of the borders, and we have applied the style of border of 1 pixel, solid, and black. This could be different. You can change the width of the border, you can change the style, and you can change the color as well. The color could be, it's here, it's just the color's name, which is black, but you can apply a hexadecimal color, an RGBA color, or whatever other different kind of colors you have available for you to use. If the browser supports it, then it's going to work completely fine here as well. Now let's take a look at margin and paddings. So using CSS, we can define a margin and padding for an HTML element. As you can see in the image below, so margin and padding becomes quite apparent as to what they are. Just to make it a little more clearer, margin is the additional space around the elements outside the border. So you have some content, there's some space around it, then there's border, and outside that border, if you apply some additional space, that's called margin. On the other hand, padding is additional space around the elements inside the border. So you have the border and you have the content. If you put some space between the border of the element that you're targeting and other elements, that's a margin. If you put the space between the border of the element and the content of the element, that's padding. So you have margins and paddings available for us to use. Now, setting margins and padding on any document or any HTML element is not very difficult. What you have to do is you can choose the margin and padding, either margin or padding, and just change the size of the margins and paddings available for a particular element by targeting it. Here we are targeting a class with white box and changing the margins to be 10 pixels and padding to be 10 pixels. It is to be noted that you can, for instance, change the margins on the top, left, right, and bottom side of the element. You can also change the padding on the top, left, bottom, and right side of the element separately. It's entirely up to you how you wish to do it. Usually people like to just keep the margins and paddings same across all sides, but it's your choice if you want to do it differently. Let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how we can do that.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does HTML stands for? A. Hypertext Markup Language. B. Home Tool Markup Language. C. Hyperterminal Machine Language. D. Hyperlinks and Text Markup Language. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answers. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at margin and padding. So for margin and padding, I'll just refresh this. This is the previous code. I'll just change the color here. Margins and paddings. Now if I go back and if I refresh, you can see nothing's there. So in order to use margins and paddings, let me first just create a div tag. This will have a p tag if you want it to have a p tag, and that p tag will have some color. Refresh, and this is what it looks like. Now I can change the style here. Let me just show you how I'm going to do that. Firstly, I'm going to change the p tag. P tag is going to have a border of 5 pixels solid blue. Save this, go back and refresh. And similarly, the div tag is going to have the same thing, but the border's color is going to be red, so that we can differentiate where one element starts and the other element ends. So both of them have the same thing.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, IntelliPad provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Now, sorry, it's not supposed to be P, it's supposed to be div. Now it's working. So as you can see already, there's some margins around it or padding around it. Let me just tell you how it works. So if I were to click on the P tag here, as you can see, by default, there's some margin of 1 ems applied. If I can just set the margins to be 0, both of them will collapse onto each other. So that's how margins and paddings work. Let's just see how they work in a moment. I'll change the background color of P to be a little different so that let's see which, yeah, this would get it blue. I refresh this and now it looks like this, and I'll change the color to be white.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And refresh this. Now it looks like. So everything's visible now. Let's see how margins and paddings work. Firstly, let me just show you how padding would work. So on the P tag, if I add padding of 25 pixels, notice the change in the text here. As you can see, it shifted 25 pixels down, 25 pixels left, and outside the text, we have 25 pixels of padding. If you want to take a look at how the padding is looking like, open up your Chrome DevTools, click on this, and it will show you how the padding is. Now I scroll down, padding is 25 pixels and it's highlighted here. Another thing to note here is that if I want to just set the padding to be on the top and bottom and not on the left and right, I can do so as well just about here. So top and bottom should be this, and 0 pixels should be left and right. So as you can see, the pixels, the padding has changed now. If I were to click on this, go back, the border is there, margins 16 pixels by default, and on the left and right side there are no paddings, and on the top and bottom is 25 pixels of padding. Another thing I can do, if I want to specify the margins and paddings on all of these, then I can just say 25 pixels, 15 pixels, 10 pixels, 0 pixels, and you'll see how that works in a moment. If I refresh this, the padding is quite wonky, but let's see. If I were to click on this now, it will show me how the padding has been applied. So the 25 pixels padding is applied to the top, then the 15 pixels is applied to the right hand side, then 5 pixels to the bottom, and the 5 pixels again is applied on the left hand side. So that's how it's working right now. No, sorry, 0 pixels is applied on the right hand side, yeah, left hand side. So the way it works is clockwise. So it goes to top, then right, then bottom, and then left. Now again, if you want to just specify padding for one part of the box, for instance, I just want padding at the top. Instead of going instead of filling all the numbers to be 0 and just top with 25 pixels, I can just type padding top 25 pixels, and this works the same way. All the other paddings are removed, and only there's only a padding from the top of the element to the bottom. So that's how that works. Let's say I want to add margin. So to add the margin, firstly, let me just change the width so that I can show you some cool things. Width is going to be 150 pixels. Go back, refresh, and now it's, instead of spanning the entire section, it's going to span only 150 pixels. And now if I were to change the margin to be 0 pixels and go back, you'll see it collapses. And if I were to change the second part of it to be auto margin, it is pushed at the middle. This happens because I have specified the margin to from top and bottom to be 0 pixels, and on left and right it's auto, which means take the available space, put my content in the middle, and the margin on the left and margin on the right should be exactly the same. So if I were to go here and check it, here you go. This is the border, this is the div tag, and here's the margins. So 675 is the margin right now. If I were to essentially zoom it out or do something else with it, it might change. So for instance, as you can see, as I'm zooming it, the margin is automatically updating. You can take a look at here. So this is how margins affect our work, and margins and paddings work exactly the same way. The only difference is outside the content, but inside the border, if you need space between the content and the border, use padding. If you need space between the border of the element and outside elements, then use margins. Now again, the same way I had applied the margins with there, I can apply it here as well. So it could be 0 pixels, auto, top, right, and then 0 pixels and auto. Go back, refresh, and it's the same thing. Another thing, I have the same properties of margin top, margin bottom, margin left, margin right, if I want to use them. Right now I don't have to, so I'll just put it this way. And that's the way it works. Now let's take a look at what else we have to learn. Now let's take a look at CSS box model. We can consider each HTML element being displayed as a box and is often termed box model. Usually when we're trying to style any div or any HTML element, we can consider it as being a box, and all the sizes that are related to that box are considered in the CSS box model. Now these boxes are used when we are styling and designing our web pages using CSS. So box model is a really important concept, especially when you're trying to apply styles to an HTML page. As you can see inside the content, we have some content, and inside the box that we're showing, we have some content. That's the element. That element has some padding. Outside the padding, we have some border, and outside the border, we have the margin. All of this is considered as part of the box model. All of this is considered as the height and the width of the entire HTML element, with the content, padding, border, and margin one after the other. So we need to be able to take care of all of these if we want to lay out the element correctly. If, for instance, we want the element to be of height 40 pixels, however, we add the margins of 20 pixels on both sides and then padding of 10 pixels on both sides, the height of the element becomes 40 plus 20, which becomes 60 pixels, which is 20 pixels more. So we need to be able to guess what the styles are going to be. Now, CSS box model essentially consists of margins, borders, paddings, and content. Content is what we are providing, and styles define the margins, borders, and paddings of the content. Now, while creating the layout of a web page in the CSS, we need to consider margins, borders, paddings, and the content of an element in order to understand how big the entire HTML element is going to be and how we're going to lay it out on a particular page. In case we specify the size of an element to be 60 pixels and but the room for accommodation is only 40 pixels, then we have essentially either going to create a scroll bar or we are going to drop the current element to a new line, in which either case the layout is not going to look as the user has intended it to look. So you need to be able to take care of that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS link state. Using CSS, we can style links differently depending on the states that they are in. So for example, let's say that you had a link that was being hovered over by a person. Now you want the link to being displayed differently when someone hovers over it. Maybe you want an underline, maybe you want to remove the underline that is already there, maybe you want to highlight it, change the color. It really depends on your taste and your preferences. However, doing this could be a bit difficult. Had CSS not supported link state, you would have had to written a lot of JavaScript code in which you have to firstly hunt down the elements using the JavaScript DOM elements. After getting that, you have to attach an event handler, figure out when the user is hovering over it, and then change the styles accordingly, either by adding a class or by changing them directly in JavaScript. All of that is a lot of work. However, CSS link state make it a really easy thing to do. Now, a link can be in one of the four described states. These states are link, visited, hover, and active. Now, the link state refers to an unvisited link. This is the default state. Whenever you open up a browser and it's a link that you have already clicked, you will see that it has a different color. Sometimes it's a purplish blue kind of a color, while usually links display as a blue color. So that's the difference. The link that has not been visited is in blue color. So that's the link that has not been clicked yet by your browser. Now the second link state is visited state. Now this is the state when you have already clicked on the link and have followed the link to the page that it wants to redirect you to. When that happens, your browser looks at it and determines whether it should be in the link state or visited state. The third state is the hover state. This is the state that is used most often because the users hover over a link more often than they click it. So that's the state that that's used more often than not, and that's how you can essentially use it. When you hover over it, if you want to change the color to red, you just basically gain access to that link element using whichever selector you want. Maybe it's a combinator selector, maybe it's an attribute selector, and you attach a golden hover to the element on it, and then you change the color to red. Finally, you have the active state. The active state refers to the link that is being clicked by the user. Now, this state doesn't last for very long because it basically means that user is clicking on the link. So when I'm clicking on the link, its color should change momentarily, and then the page navigates to other direction. When I'm hovering over it, it's a different color. When I have not visited the link, it's a different color. And once I've clicked it, visited the link and went back, the link is in a different color. So these are all the ways that you can change the link. These are all the link states. Usually hover is used the most because hovering over a link should make it seem like you are hovering over a link, or it should have some sort of a visual feedback that tells you that this is a link and you are hovering over it and you can click it to follow it to some page if you want. So these are all the link states. Now let's take a look at an example and see how that works. Now let's take a look at CSS link states. Now, just to take a look at the code that we have, there's a link here. And if I were to refresh this, this is what a link looks like by default, a blue colored link with a blue underline on it. Now I have already written some CSS code so that you don't have to see me type it all out. I'll explain what that means. The link state, which is the default state, should be red. So by default, this link should display as red. Visited state, which means when I have clicked on the link, it should look green. As I'm hovering over it, it should have a color of hot pink so that it's discernible from other colors. And when I have clicked over it, but I'm not let go, it's an active state, in which case it should be blue in color. Let's see that in action. If I refresh this, this is red by default, unvisited link. Hover over it, it's pink. Let me just, yeah, now it's hot pink, the color changes. If I click on this, you are being shown a blue color.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
And if once I've clicked on this, this is what it looks like, red in color. So as you can see that all of this is working, and these colors are really useful for us to figure out what the state of the link is. And there are other ways of using this as well, but we recommend that you take a look at this and figure out how it works. So once we have taken a look at all these, let's take a look at the link states. I have opened it up in an unincognito mode as well. So now as you can see, it's green in color because it's capturing that the link is visited. In incognito mode, that will not work. So I will just close this up now and I'll go back. This is what the color looks like. I have an A tag with an href that's pointing nowhere, and we have a link. In it, we have a red color, green color, hot pink, and blue color. All of these work exactly the way we would expect it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS positioning. Positioning is an important aspect of any CSS layout. Let's take a look at what options we have available for positioning elements and how CSS positioning works in real life. So to understand this, firstly let's understand how you can use positions in CSS. To use positions in CSS, you use the position property in CSS that specifies the type of positioning method that we are going to be using for a particular HTML element. Now there are several different kinds of positioning methods that are available, and we'll take a look at all of them one by one. So these are the 5 options that are available for you to use to position an element: static, relative, fixed, absolute, and sticky. All of them provide different behavior, and depending on how you're laying out your entire element relative to other elements, you can use one of the following. Let's discuss them one by one. The first is static. Now, all the HTML elements have the static position on by default. So if you have defined an HTML element, by default, it's positioned using static positioning. So you don't have to change the property to static in any way, shape, or form. It will be done automatically. Now, static positioning leads to an element being positioned according to the normal flow of the page. So how it would have been normally is how it is displayed. It's the default. So for instance, if there are 2 block elements, then they both will appear one on one line after the other. If there are 2 inline elements, they will appear one after the next if the space allows it to be that way. And if the content takes up the entire width of the screen, then the next inline element will appear on the next line. That's how it's supposed to work normally, and that's how it functions in static position. Now, elements that have their position attribute set to relative are positioned relative to their normal position. So, for instance, if I have a relatively positioned element, or what I can do is that when I have a normally positioned element, I can specify, okay, from this position, move 10 pixels left, 10 pixels down. That way, relative to my original position where the document would have been shown because of the static property, it would move according to that, keeping that as a frame of reference. Now, to define an element's relative position, we make use of the top, right, bottom, and left properties. These define that how it should move from the top, from the right, from the left, from the bottom. So, if we were to give an element property of relative display, and then we change its top property to 0, that means it should, at the top level, it should be exactly where it is. So, it should be exactly where it is on the y-axis. Now on the right property, move this much from right and move this much from left. Left is going to be the left and right property, and the bottom property defines how much it should move from bottom to upwards. So these are the properties that we can make use of. Now another property that is useful is the fixed property. And the fixed property allows us to essentially just put an element in a fixed position. Whether the viewport moves or not, that's a different story. An element with a position attribute set to fixed will be positioned relative to the viewport. So if you have a viewport and it can be positioned relative to that. So if I have a browser opened up and I say, okay, it needs to be fixed and it needs to be on the bottom right corner, it should be exactly attached to the bottom right corner. Then I can set the bottom and right properties to 0, meaning it should be 0 pixels away from the bottom and 0 pixels away from the right. So it completely attaches itself. Now, even if I were to scroll my browser, it would stay exactly in that position. Now, it stays in the same place even if the page is scrolled. That's the advantage of using fixed position. Now, the thing is, if you are using it to display some notifications, like for instance, some social networking site, and in the social networking site, somebody follows you and you have sent that notification to the front end receives that notification, and now it's job to display it. The way it happens is that it creates a position fixed attribute notification, and in this it fills up the text that so and so followed you, and that way everything works. So even if you were to scroll up and down, it will still stay there. You can dismiss it by clicking on the close button. That's completely your choice, or it would disappear in a few seconds. An element with position attribute set to absolute is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. So to give you an example, let's say that I have a relative and absolute positioned element. What happens is, when I set the position to be absolute, it's not positioned relative to itself, it's positioned relative to its parent element that has the position attribute set to relative. So it is positioned to some other element. That's the way it works with absolute positioning. Now, a positioned element is an element that has its position attribute set to anything except static. Usually it is relative, but it could be difficult to say. So if an element is positioned absolute and has no positioned ancestors, then it is using the document body and moves along the page with scrolling. So that's the way it works. Now it's completely your choice if you want to use absolute or relative. Usually absolute positioning is used when you want to make sure that the relatively positioned element inside which we have nested another element, and we want the nested element to be positioned according to the relatively positioned element, then we can use the absolute position. And finally, we move on to the sticky positioning. An element with position set to a sticky position is based upon the user's scroll position. Well, let's take a look at what that means. As long as the element is in its original position and it's in a viewport, it acts as a relatively positioned element, which means that it moves away from its original position. And when you scroll it, it will scroll up and down, it won't stay in the same position. However, when the element's original position is scrolled out of the viewport, it becomes sticky and sticks in the place. Which is to say, as soon as it reaches the end of a page, either at the top or the bottom, then it stops functioning as a relatively positioned attribute and just sticks to that end of the page. So, for instance, if you have a lot of text and you have a position sticky element in the middle, if you were to scroll up, the elements will scroll up, and as soon as it reaches the top of your viewport, it will stick there. It won't scroll out of the viewport. Similarly, the same thing will happen if you scroll down. So if you scroll down, then the same thing happens as well. We must also specify at least one of the top, right, bottom, or left for the sticky positioning to work. If we don't do that, then the sticky position may not work. So with that, now let's take a look at how we can make use of the CSS positioning attributes using a hands-on. Now let's take a look at CSS positioning. We have covered a lot of ground when we come to talk about CSS position. Let's take a look at them one by one. So here's the code. Now let me just go to the body tag, go back, and as you can see, there's nothing in it right now. Now let's add some code and figure out how the positioning systems work. So by default, it's statically positioned. So I don't think we have to explain it that way. If you want to change the position to static, which won't be something that works because it's already there. So all you would have to do is change to position to, and that change to be something other than this. We can change it to static, and that would work. But it's by default, so we won't be changing that. Now let me show you how the relative positioning works. So I'll create a p tag, and it would have a text p tag. Inside the style tags, I'll change the border to be 5 pixels solid black. Save this, go back and refresh. This is what it looks like by default, right? If I were to change the top property to let's say 50 pixels and the left property to 50 pixels, sorry, the left property to 50 pixels, and if I go back and if I refresh, it has no change on it. But if I were to change the position to relative, save this, go back and refresh, now as you can see, it has moved from its original position 50 pixels to from the left and 50 pixels from the top. And that's the way it's supposed to work in position relative terms. Now that works with relative, but how about absolute position? To display absolute positioning, if I were to change it to absolute, save this, refresh, this is what it looks like. Now it works exactly the same way. The only thing is the width has changed, but that's fine. Otherwise, the position has been the same. Now, if I were to, for instance, wrap it inside a div, put it here. The div tag is here, and the position of div tag is supposed to be relative, and it needs to be from top 50 pixels, left 50 pixels, and let me just change the border of this as well. Instead of having black, it will be red. Now if I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. So we have a div tag and a p tag. Let me just show you how this is looking about. Yeah. This is the div tag. Since it has no content, we have moved it 50 pixels from the top and 50 pixels from the right. Now if I were to change this, as you can see, both of these are moving. So the top property of the div tag is being changed and both the properties are moving. The reason this works is because the absolute positioning looks up the parent chain and figures out which element has any other display property, position property other than static. So in the last case, there was no parent, p was nested inside div, so body, and body has no, it has display static. So it had no option but to look at that as the point of reference. Now what happens, since we have a div tag that has a position of relative, which is other than static, and it's 50 pixels moved from top and 50 pixels from left, this p tag, which is nested inside the div tag, moves itself relative to that. So that's how position relative and absolute work. Now let's take a look at position fixed. I'll just change this border from black to green. Position is fixed, and I'll change it to bottom right. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like here. I can also change it a little bit more. I can add a padding of 50 pixels, I go back and I refresh, and this is what it looks like. This is something like a notification. If I don't want it to be 50 pixels from top, then I can make it like this. Now it looks something like this. This is something like a notification. And if I were to add some content here, let's say, I'll just move it here, and I have a p tag, and it has some content, and I'll just copy and paste the p tag multiple times, more than 70 times, so that it allows me to scroll around. And okay, problem, I think we have p tags here, so p dot notification. Now if I were to go back, now as you can see, even if I scroll it out of the text, it remains in the same position as it is. So that's the position static. Now the difference here is that if I were to change it from position fixed to position sticky, and change it from top right, bottom right to top right, you'll see a little bit of a change here. Let me just see where the element has gone. Okay, so it's here. Oh, so position is sticky, top is this, and I can change it from here. And now all I have to do is move it to the top. Save this. Now if I go back, and this is what it looks like. So as you can see, it's sticking to its position. Even if I scroll it out of the position, it looks like it's stuck to where it was. So there are several different ways that you can configure these. As you can see, notification properties can be applied to this one. And there are many other things that you can do. You can think of a lot of other things as well. Right now, we looked at all the kinds of positions that we can.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And all of them have their own properties, and we can understand that. So let's take a look at how we can use the sticky property a little better. Right now it looks like this. So in order to make it work correctly, let me just try this out. Instead of it being p notification, div with the class of sticky, and I'll close the div here. Then I'll close this one here, remove this one here, scroll to the end, and I will just yeah, now it works. So I have this now it's working. So for that sticky tag, let me just clear this one out. I'll change the div with the border of 5 pixels, call it position is sticky. Let's say top is 0 pixels, and right is, let's say left is 50, left. Now if I were to go back and refresh, this is what it looks like. And as you can see that this is let me just change it a little bit. From top, let it be 10 pixels. It should look fine now, right? So it's 10 pixels away. As you can see, notice this distance. As I scroll it, I try to scroll it out, it will stay exactly where it is. Now if I were to change it to 0 pixels and move it a little down, let's say here, then refresh it, this is what it looks like. But if I were to scroll it out of the view, it still sticks to the top. This is what the sticky property makes it. So that's how all the positioning attributes work. Hopefully this has been informative. Let's take a look at what else we can learn. Now let us take a look at what is JavaScript. It is important to understand what JavaScript is and how it can benefit us, mainly because JavaScript's meaning has evolved from time to time. Before the current versions of JavaScript rolled out, JavaScript was only used for web browsers, but now it can be used in different ways. So let us take a look at what it actually means. JavaScript is a high-level, object-oriented scripting language. It was created by Bernard Ike in Netscape in 1995. So JavaScript was originally created in 1995. Now, high-level object-oriented and scripting language are sometimes considered to be a bit more jargonistic than they need to be. Let us discuss them one by one. First thing is high level. So a high level programming language is basically a programming language that does not deal with the low level memory management stuff that other programs might have to deal with. This is because JavaScript has a runtime environment, and what it does is that it takes a look at the code that you have written, takes a look at the memory that it will need, allocates that memory and continuously at regular intervals of time keeps checking if there is some memory that can be freed up. And if it can be, then it frees up that memory, and all of the variables that were assigned in that memory are going to be completely wiped off. So it will allocate and deallocate memory on its own. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have just no control over how things are happening behind the scenes, and how you that you don't need to care about memory management at all. But at smaller level to medium level applications, you don't really have to worry about how applications are being built and how they are going to be used. At a large scale application such as a large scale JavaScript application such as Gmail or Google Drive, you have to worry about how memory is being used, and you have to be very efficient about it. There are certain things that you can do in order to affect how the memory management is going to take place and if it's effective or not. So you can talk about this and discuss about this at length, but that's basically what high level means. That at the beginning you don't need to worry about how to allocate and deallocate memory, whereas in programming languages like C++, you would have to do the memory management stuff on your own. You would have to allocate a chunk of memory to your program. When that program or that piece of program that executes is done, you need to then deallocate that memory. If you do not, then that memory is going to be reserved and is not going to be used by your program or by any other program because the compiler has not freed up the memory. So just keep that in mind. It's also object oriented. Object orientation is basically a paradigm of programming in which you write code so that your code can reflect real world objects and scenarios such as people, person, events, things like that. This is really important because in enterprise level applications, when you're building applications for companies, the common language that you use are going to be to describe these things. In programming, however, these things are not really something that people consider. So you can create your own objects, you can create your own nomenclatures and translate them into code. This is what object-oriented programming allows us to do. And it's a scripting language because it was developed in order to write and to be written and be executed by the browser. Scripting languages are executed by some other programs, not by the operating system itself. So if you are trying to write JavaScript in the browser, then it's a script, not a program. However, it's very important to understand that JavaScript has now evolved and now it can be used to build other kinds of applications as well. So when it started out, JavaScript was a very simple scripting language that was developed in order to for the sole purpose of manipulating web pages, adding content, removing content, animating things into the frame, animating things out of the frame, changing the styles and whatever. Nowadays, because JavaScript is so popular and so easy to pick up, many of the programming languages many of the paradigms and platforms support JavaScript. You can build JavaScript. You can use JavaScript to build mobile applications, servers, program web servers. Web applications are already being developed using JavaScript, and there are many other kinds of things as well, such as native Windows applications and all. So you can use JavaScript to build different kinds of applications. It has been supported on multiple platforms and will continue to expand its support. So with that, we have a clear picture of what JavaScript is. Now let us take a look at how you can use JavaScript. In this presentation, we'll be taking a look at how you can use JavaScript in a web browser. There are multiple ways of doing so. However, JavaScript, as we have discussed, can be used to build different kinds of applications, and we won't be discussing it here. With that out of the way, let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript. So there are three ways to use JavaScript, especially in the browser. So in the browser, you are supposed to write the JavaScript code in the HTML file or some other file and embed it. But how do you do that? Let's get started and see how you can do that. The first thing you have to understand is that the reason why there are so many ways of writing JavaScript depends on what kind of code are you writing. And in the hands-on for this topic, we'll discuss what that actually means. So the first thing is that it can be inline. basically suggests that the code that you're writing is completely embedded in the HTML. So if you have a button, it is right next to the button, and it's only regarding that button that the code is going to run. So that's one way of doing it. The reason why inline code was invented was that if you had some small bit of code that only needs to run on a particular time or at a particular time, or when it is associated to a particular HTML element, then you can just write it there. Instead of polluting your HTML with different kinds of things, you can just write it there. Then there's script tag. So a script tag basically means that there, just as an HTML, there's a style tag in which you can write CSS. Script tags allow you to write JavaScript code. When the browser sees the script tag, it will take anything written inside the script tag, which is the opening and closing tag, and consider it to be, depending on the version of your browser and what kind of support it provides. So in scenarios like this, we would have to have write some kind of a text that describes what kind of script we are writing inside the tags, such as text / JavaScript or whatever.